Okay, so I suppose it's hopefully this all works out okay, but yeah, my name's Matthias. I've been on here a few times before, mostly with Skylanders cages, as it turns out, but this is my main series that I run these days. Well, mainly, I guess, but the Ratchet and Clank series. So I've got two commentators with me if they want to say a bit about themselves before we get started, I guess.
You go first, Wingo.
Sure. Yeah, hi, I'm Dilwingo. I ran Ratchet like almost 4 years ago now, which is crazy. Don't maybe I'll run it again someday, but mainly run Final Fantasy VII these days.
And I'm Satri, and I speedrun like a billion games, including the first 4 Ratchet games and a lot of other franchises.
Okay, so yeah, so this is basically the 100% category for this game. So we start from a completely finished file. We get most of everything in the game, not quite everything, but we'll explain that a bit as we go on. So I'll give a countdown for when to start the timer because we start it on first input essentially. So we'll load the game. Okay. So okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Essentially, it's a bit early, but it'll work. So.
All right, so taking over for this.
You gonna go or?
Yeah.
Yeah, he started the run.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right,
No, I thought you said you were gonna start like commentate. Sorry.
Oh no, I was asking like who wants to do it. I'll just
Oh.
do it. This is RRLOL6, super basic planet. It's a bunch of corridors. They teach you how to shoot your guns. And so this category that he's running, it's known as 100%. It's also known as PBSPI, which stands for Platinum Bold Skill Points and Items. Items referring to anything that will remain with you even if you start a challenge mode playthrough. So yeah, it's, we're going to attempt to get both that.
That's a bit of a waste. Okay.
I like to call it Pepsi percent because it looks like Pepsi.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think
We've also made jokes about like Pepsi Max because there's an alternative there's an alternative category that has a similar goal called Max Percent.
Yeah, but yeah, like as pointed out, the levels, like the early levels of Ratchet 1 are pretty basic because you don't have Clank. So we do a movement set called macaronis where we basically do it like a glitched forward side flip, and you can get pretty decent speed with the macaronis. But once we get Clank, there's a lot more like complex, better movement, and then once you get the charge boots later on, it just completely breaks the game. But yeah, as stated earlier, this is basically the 100% category for Ratchet and Clank. So yeah, we get all platinum bolts, skill points, items. We also get all the weapons, but we don't have to upgrade completely everything. That would be like a max percent type run, and that would take a little bit longer, especially because we're playing on PS2. But yeah, and it looks like Matthias, someone in a moderator pointed out you should check your DMs when you can.
Okay.
I think it's because you're dropping some frames, but
yeah, I was. That's what I was worried about. Because I was doing because this is just a temporary top because the one that I was using beforehand decided that it would be very nice if they got the spicy lithium pillow of death. So it's not currently safe to use, and
Okay, it's running a little bit better right now. Oh,
yeah.
Wait. Okay, now it's back to...
yeah.
All right,
stable.
we'll briefly explain Oozla. So Oozla, so RRLOL6 is really basic and not very breakable in this category. Oozla is the complete opposite. There's like 3 different skips. Matthias skipped like... There's like 2 parts. There's like 2 parts of this path on the left, which is the only one we'll need to take for story-related stuff. He kind of skipped past it with a bush. He kind of clips into a bush. He skips a boss fight by kind of doing some well-spaced double jumps and avoiding an invisible wall. And there is a skip here. He hasn't learned it yet.
Yeah.
There's one called Chop Clip.
I've tried a couple times, but I haven't gotten it before. But
Yeah, no worries. Chop Clip is like it's kind of like a medium level trick. Like if you're starting out with Ratchet 2, I personally wouldn't say to worry about it much. Like go for it if you want, but you know, if you can't get it, it's not that bad. Like there's other more valuable ways to save time.
Oh, for goodness sake. I don't think I've ever failed it in my life. So how fitting at the time that the first time I do fail it is on sometime. But
it's the marathon.
the
I literally have done when I ran Ratchet and Clank at GDQ, I made some pretty weird mistakes I had never made in my life before, but you know, we carry on, right?
Yeah, I've had plenty of marathon flukes. I had a few soft locks in a Lego Indiana Jones run. I crashed on GDQ hotfix.
Oh jeez.
I did an Ouya marathon run like last week. That had a few flukes that I hadn't seen in a while. Like it's so common. Dude, I had a Crash 2 marathon run where I forgot a crystal.
Oof.
Yeah, Wingo will know. Wingo will probably know that one. What he's trying to do here, by the way, is called Whoop Skip. So you're supposed to go to this casino arena place called Magtar Nebula, but the game kind of tricks you. At first, it takes you to this level called Whoopash Nebula. It teaches you how the spaceship battles work. And you don't know that this level exists because it's not in the planet select. It's kind of just like a surprise thing. You do it once, never again. As we found out, there was an alternative button combo to go to planets. It's a little more difficult to get it to work, but it does work. And by doing this, the game, whenever you press triangle in the planet select, the game is like, okay, the player wants to stay on this planet. They've changed their mind about being in the ship. This button combo abuses a brief window of time for the game to think, oh, they don't want to leave the planet. But it also you're on Magtar, so it's like, well, obviously you're on Magtar, let's go fix that. At least that was the theory that we had when we first discovered it. Yeah, it's a really weird skip. But
yeah, it's everyone's favorite. Let's go gambling.
Yeah. Anyone want to explain this one? The best skill point ever.
Yeah. So basically, it's honestly been a little while, just because again, like I haven't also ran 100%, but basically we need to get a skill point called Clank. Need a new pair of shoes, and I believe you need to hit a specific slots on
it's the triple bar.
Yeah, the triple bar on the slots, and it's RNG based. I know on PS3 from Max%, I'm pretty sure there's a manipulation you can do, but on PS2, unfortunately, when we're doing PBSPI 100%, there is no manipulation from what I'm aware of. I think.
We know that you have to hit the slot machines like 35 times, around that number, before the game thinks like, all right, we can let you have the skill point. And yeah, this is a lot of people's like. This is probably the biggest reset point in the early game.
Yeah.
If you get the skill point, even if it's like on the very last like slot machine, you keep that run going for as long as you can. You don't let it die.
Why I do a nanotech upgrade here, otherwise it's gonna. I'll try and get the frame rate thing fixed because this is.
I will say it is a little bit better than it was on, like, say, Uzla. Right now it's decent. So, yeah. Magtar is another planet that's, like, not really that breakable in this category. Until we get the charge boots, each planet falls into two categories. It's basically playing it casually but fast, or it's, like, super broken even with our limited move set. So... let's pray Matthias gets through in a skill point. But yeah, as we said before, this skill point is RNG. There's actually a similar one in the next game, Up Your Arsenal, but it is a lot more lenient and less painful than this game's variation of the gambling skill point. So, yeah, and that one is not really like as much of a kind of notable thing about it. We just do it and go. So, our first arena.
Yeah, it's also to point out, Matthias is upgrading the Lantern and Mini Nuke, or sorry, Gravity Bomb. The Mini Nuke is the upgraded form, because we're gonna use it later on just to have more optimal weapons. I don't know the XP route for PBSPI, but basically we kind of switch back and forth between the Mini Nuke.
The first part is basically the same as APB essentially when it comes to when it comes to those two weapons.
Right. Yeah. So it's pretty cool though. Like again, like how it's routed, like in terms of the experience. It's a pretty sick to see, like, you know, alternating between. I don't know. I always find like XP routing really cool. So this is Chain Buster or Chain Blade. Sorry, Chain Blade, and Matthias is gonna get a skill point where he has to beat Chain Blade with wrench only. It isn't too bad, honestly.
You can you can kind of lock him in place in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of skill points in Ratchet games are like pretty like specific, and they've literally it's funny, skill points actually didn't even originate in Ratchet. They originated in Spyro.
Yeah,
Spyro games.
Spyro 2 I think was the first one that had them probably as skill points. I don't think Spyro 1 had anything like that.
Spyro 1 does not have skill points. It's just gems, dragons, and eggs.
Yeah.
I would know.
And this is like, I was still, people kind of, I don't know how popular the opinion is, but Spyro 2 is still the best Spyro game for me. I don't think anything's going to change that.
Spyro 2 sucks. Who said that?
Insomniac's really good at making the first game be really awesome and the best one. I mean, what?
Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on. Anyway, so Matthias is so this is the electrolyzer in the game, and we have these little, like, they're pretty easy puzzles. You just switch back and forth between these little, like, widget things, and some of them are unskippable, like the ones on Maktar, because you need them to progress through the next part of the level. They're kind of downtime. Like, I think we do skip some of them later on, but yeah, Ratchet games will have these little gadgets that kind of just like prevent you from progressing through the next part of a planet, and just kind of, I don't know. Some of them are just kind of like, this one's really boring, but you know, sometimes you have to sacrifice, you know, boring stuff for cool stuff in a speedrun, right?
Yeah.
And especially in 100%, you're not always gonna in 100% for these games, you're not always gonna have like always have something exciting.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, I've watched 100% speedruns of like the first 4 Ratchet games, and Ratchet 2 is kind of the one with like the least downtime, especially like max percent. But there's still a few moments where you're just like, all right, we gotta fill the air somehow.
Yeah. So yeah, we were kind of just doing. I was doing a practice run for Ouya, which is going to be on here tomorrow. Which is going to be on here tomorrow, and yeah, a lot of that ability was just kind of a stupid banter between the three of us, even though Skoda was admittedly a bit sick when we were doing it. So hopefully he'll be okay when it comes to tomorrow. But yeah. So I'm not expecting it to be all commentary all the time. You're allowed to kind of have fun with it and just. All right.
Crane skip time.
You can do crane skip, but I've tried it. I can't do it, and there's a skill point here anyway.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ultimately, you can skip it, but I've tried it.
Yeah.
And it's pretty kind of rough for me even now.
Yeah, there's new setups. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that was found like in like the last year or two. There's some like, so you can technically skip this crane. The old method of doing it when I was running this game was you would get you would nudge yourself into like the upmost corner of like the ledge near where you go up, and then you take damage from, you jump on top of the sweeper bots, take damage from them, and then swing your wrench and double jump, and you can actually get up there and skip the crane puzzle. But as Mathias said, we have to do a skill point where we kill all the enemies with the crane. So with 100%, it's, I mean, I don't even know if it would even save time at that point, because you have to do the skill point unless you do it in like NG Plus or something.
There is another way of doing the skill point, where you can kind of fire the gravity bomb and then into the crane here. Okay. But I've tried that. It's too frustrating for me, and I haven't had any luck with it, basically. So
nowadays we've obsoleted. Oh, I thought you were done talking. My bad.
Yeah, I just suck it up and do it the slow way essentially.
So nowadays we obsoleted that method Wingo talked about. On PS2, you do a really like specific setup where you get on this little electrolyzer thing, the previous one that you'd seen. We get on top of it and we do some camera setup. I forget what exactly we do. On PS3, do we do a side flip and use the camera to manipulate Ratchet to give him a bit of height and go out of bounds. So yeah, it's
This is what
kind
this
of
is.
a-
This is a good one. Yeah, this. Take it out.
right. So
Yeah.
let's see. Yeah, and Dako's a really like kind of condensed and cramped planet, and like every category that it's featured in is it's always got some ways to break it. Let's see. Do you get the platinum bolt on this visit or
No,
no?
no. You get all the bolts in G plus.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, as Wingo said, like neither of us are like 100% runners. I want to try 100% for this game someday, but right now, like my 100% list is not with Ratchet 2. It's with Ratchet 3 and 4, and then Wingo is APB.
Yeah, that's like they have Hundo. Then they also have the all special bolts categories in the games, which is it's still kind of capricious, but to a lesser extent. Where there's the 40 special bolts. They change the medal each game. So in this game, their platinum bolts is 40 of them throughout the game that you collect. Basically.
All right,
Yeah, so let's hope it doesn't take forever with doing this.
So the plot of this game is like Ratchet wants to go on a dangerous mission because he's kind of bored. Which, yeah, you'd kind of expect after saving the galaxy and then doing nothing. Clank doesn't really want to do this, so this CEO of this one company kind of separates them so that they can both be happy. And Clank gets kidnapped, so we've now gone to rescue him. And Matthias is doing Clank clips where you wedge yourself into like part of a wall, manipulate the camera, and then time a few inputs. Oh. That Clank clip's a little finicky. I've had that same issue happen to me.
I don't know why it is that causes it.
I don't either. I kind of just pray I don't get it, and usually it works. But yeah, Clank clips, they save a lot of time over just doing the level casually, which, I mean, that's expected. It's just the Clank levels are really, really slow. I can't really say I'm that big of a fan of them.
I don't think anyone is, apart from maybe the ones in ASIP, but everyone loves those. Damn it. Have it a second time.
As a kid, I liked them because I wanted to play as Clank, but now it's like, If I want to play as Clank, I'll just swap to the Alpha Clank skin in Deadlock and be happy with that. So that first Clank clip is not too bad. It's a little bit finicky. Like, actually, no, not finicky. It's more so kind of tough to break through that wall at times. But overall, you can do it. That second one, it's easy to clip through the wall, but if you're like starting out, you probably risk doing what Matthias is struggling with, which is not getting sent completely out of bounds. We aren't trying to go out of bounds for the second Clank clip. We just need to skip through the wall to finish the end of the level.
Yeah. These things are really stupid and finicky sometimes.
I remember like these were found in like early 2022. By the way, if it helps, try doing it like earlier, like before the camera zooms out completely. These were found in 2022. The setups back then, like, we have some easier setups, but I remember I like personally struggled with them so much that it took me years to finally implement them into runs. I didn't start doing them in runs until like a few months ago.
There we go.
It was kind of just like a kind of thing that I, for example, could not do them at all. So yeah, if you think to yourself, wow, this strat looks really hard, that's because it is. Like, some of them are easier than others, and they are easier now than they were when we found them, but, you know. Alright, pack movement. The thruster packs faster for movement. there are some extra techniques we can do with like the helipack and whatnot. And if you watch the any percent speedrun category, you'll see the true potential of the movement with just the helipack and thruster pack. But for the other categories, we have the charge boots. So
yeah. So basically, thruster pack is faster if you don't have the charge boots. Once you get the charge boots, they kind of flip around.
Yeah, and as with the any percent thing, like it's a kind of a hybrid of both. I think you start out like gaining momentum with the thruster pack, and then you kind of go up to the helipack and learn to convert the momentum. Scotto would know this better.
Yeah. Oh, I got it too early. Oh well.
Oh, I was about to say that we're encountering our first boss, but that isn't true.
It's the first boss you actually have to fight. How about that?
Yeah, the first boss that's not a complete pushover. The bosses in this game, I don't know if either of you two will disagree with me, or if anyone in chat will disagree, are kind of mediocre. And this
apart from that one infamous one, something.
Oh yeah, that calling it mediocre is real.
Yeah, I figured my gravity bomb was too low.
I don't think you're supposed to upgrade it here. No, aren't you supposed to finish upgrading it on Siberius?
No, I always got mini on killing him, on killing helicopter. But...
Oh yeah, Jack and Daxter, by the way.
Yeah.
Shout out to the days of me redeeming like the swing shot and grind boots in Wingo's chat.
Yeah, I still have that. Still have that in my channel points as well. It's funny.
So you have to do the same setup every time you go to Makta if you want to skip Wupesh. Because the game remembers that you haven't visited Wupesh, and it checks that every time you visit Makta.
Yeah. Going to Maktar doesn't erase Wupash from like the game's like memory or whatever. The only way to truly get rid of Wupash is to do Wupash.
Okay, I suck at this. This is another thing that I'm really terrible at.
I actually found a backup for this last night. It might be.
And I somehow got it first try.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, I was gonna say like the backup might be easier with the packs. I could only do it once without the packs. But yeah, he as we mentioned earlier with the whole turn the thruster pack into helipack speed, he just did that to skip to do the entirety of the right side path. So if anyone wants to take the jamming array commentary, feel free. I'm gonna get some water.
Yeah. So this is the first instance of the spherical kind of world that they introduced in this game. The other times you'll see it in this run, we don't play on it ourselves. We don't play it on it as Ratchet essentially, but they do make an appearance in in the next game. If the camera can focus. So we have to leave Maktar to go and get Clank in order to get the skip to here, and as well as Clank movement on the jamming array is faster to begin with. So yeah. So it's just clearing out these 5 towers, basically.
Are you gonna go for the pack swap at the end of this?
I do. Yeah, most of the time I can get it. It's just sometimes the game doesn't want me to have it. Okay.
Yeah, in each game the pack swaps get progressively more difficult.
And then you do stuff like that. You don't even get. You missed. Yeah, overshoot it. Oh well. You can't do that. You can't do macaronis in here either because the gravity messes it up. So we have to do it the normal way.
That bites. It's fine. Like, you're still like relatively new to this, right? Like, how long have you been running this?
My first run was My first run was like a year and a half ago, but I haven't properly grinded it out.
Yeah, so we'll just say you've been running for like a week.
Oh no.
Okay, I just saw somebody in chat mention Mario Galaxy, and there's actually a funny anecdote where when Mario Galaxy came out, somebody from Insomniac was like, "We're honored that Nintendo took inspiration from our game for theirs." And when Miyamoto was questioned if this was true, he said he had never heard of Ratchet and Clank and questioned if it was a PC game, which I'm sure many fans would want that. Many fans.
Okay, so then you do a D3 stick because it's fast and go all the way back to the ship. In Barlow.
Right. Arlo is... there's not that much to talk about.
Yeah.
Like,
well, now since I don't do a race skip, because it is not that much. It's not that much.
Actually, it does. It is like it is a good time to explain a Ratchet and Clank, and actually somewhat of a Spyro staple, where they put the end of the level, or at least like they allow you to skip past a huge chunk of the level.
Yeah,
like a checkpoint close to the beginning.
It's a somewhat infamous kind of a copypasta from a pretty well-known runner from a while ago called J Hobbs. Where he at a GDQ run for, I believe it was Ratchet 1. Ratchet. I think it was Zim's HGB run. I think he would almost, if he would have had it, he would say, "Well, this is another case of them putting the end of the level right at the beginning, so he didn't have to backtrack." So it kind of grew beyond that, essentially.
Yeah, and if you watch speedruns of like the first 4 Ratchet games, you'll like see this everywhere. And if you watch like a run of Spyro 1 Vortex, you'll actually see something similar in that. I don't know about Spyro 2 and 3 because
not really. No, those ones are much more linear in general.
Yeah, I figured. The Spyro 1 would also be like that, but like I said, we have the Vortex category, so them putting the return home portal allows for that to be exploited. I don't think the Future series, like, I think they did away with this philosophy in the Future series because I cannot remember like any instance of this philosophy being used there.
Yeah, most of the time it's just a teleporter. But yeah, anyway, it's race time because every mid-2000s PlayStation game needs to have some sort of race, or even do you count the speedways as races in Spyro games? Because if so, that goes all the way back to '98.
I'm trying to. Okay, I think I know which level you're talking about. I don't remember like a thing about the Spyro 2 and 3.
Oh, they just renamed the flight levels to speedways in Spyro 2. So most people kind of know them as speedways.
There is a way to make each lap shorter here, but it's kind of really precise, and some people like Mathias and I don't go for it. Some people like Wingo haven't had the chance to go for it because he hasn't ran in a while. So this is also yet another new discovery. It's going to become 2 years old in a couple of months.
Yeah, you'll see some variation of it on the second set of races on another planet, but not this one. There's not a huge amount to say with this.
Yeah, I think the Wing and I are just kind of waiting for something that is worth talking about.
Yeah, if you can't find the stuff to talk, you can just kind of talk about whatever most of the time, I suppose. Oh yeah.
Great.
Okay.
How are y'all doing?
Oh. Apart from melting in the way too hot autumn, fine, I suppose.
What about you, Wingo? How are you doing, man?
I'm alright, just chilling, watching some Ratchet and Clank.
Same here.
Vibing.
Yeah.
Hey, the Wingo, I got a super important question to ask you.
What's up?
How do you feel about the Felton system?
I mean, Felton's a cool level, so like, Felton is the last. It's the last ship mission we do without like any major upgrades, because we're gonna upgrade the Ratchet ship a little bit after this with Raritanium. But yeah, Felton. So the ship missions, since we can talk about it now, since we skip Whoopash now. So the ship there's usually 4 missions per ship level in a Ratchet and Clank game, and even if you exclude Whoopash, so there's the first mission, which is just like the kind of like the forced mission that you have to do to progress through the next part of the game, and then there are bonus missions that you can get bolt rewards, as well as the last mission will be it's a race through these rings, and you need to hit every ring to get a platinum bolt. So there's several of these ship missions. There's 3 of them. Yeah, there's
Yeah, Felton,
if you exclude Whoopash, there's Felton,
Hrugus,
Gorn, and Hrugus Cloud. And so right now we're just going through the mission 1, just to progress through the main story. And with the Felton system, in terms of again, since we're limited on ship upgrades right now, all we have are just the lasers and the missiles. So you kind of want to preserve your missiles for the blue ships. The green ships are the ones that get taken down fairly easy, and you can get missile drops as well, but it's RNG. You want to save your missiles, your lockup missiles, for like the blue and purple ships. And basically in the Felton system, you want to keep all, you don't want to go too off course in like the level, because you want to keep all the ships within like a specific range, because if you go too far outside of the area, then it just becomes more convoluted to track everybody down. And we really like heavily utilize the radar on the lower right hand side, and you can kind of see where ships are coming. So it's just a matter of optimizing. Like, it is RNG obviously, because you know, the ship patterns are random, but you also just utilize the radar, conserve missiles, and just be smart about your movement. And it wasn't too bad, honestly. It didn't seem like it was
just,
too
yeah.
bad of a build.
I didn't actually see how much retaining I got here. Ideally, I would get 15, but at least 10 is kind of the minimum.
Yeah, and the downside of skipping Whoopash is you actually, because Whoopash in the past would give you a little bit more Raritanium. So when you skip Whoopash, it's a little bit harder to get more Raritanium, but you ideally want 15. You can get away with 10 because you need to upgrade. You need to get the nuke, and you need to get upgraded lasers, because we're gonna actually only have to spend 5 Raritanium for each upgrade, because we'll be doing a glitch later on called a ship check glitch, but we'll talk about that later. But yeah.
That's like the only time I've ever heard somebody like say nice things about Felton, because a lot of people dislike it for the aforementioned like RNG stuff. But
I love Felton. It's a cool level, because again, like optimizing like the ship, you're like not only the ship movement, but staying within like, again, you have to stay within like a specific range of the level, and then again, like just utilizing your mini map and just keeping track of everybody, and then conserving your missiles. It's like when you actually get a good Felton, it feels really, really good. But yeah, it's ship missions, like they get easier because after we get the upgraded lasers and the mini nuke, it's a joke basically. Like the ship missions are a total joke after we upgrade the ship. But yeah, we're in no tech now, and now that we have the decoy glove, we can actually do. I don't know if it's talked about yet, but we're able to do like decoy clips. So decoy clips, basically, you can actually in Ratchet and Clank games specifically, well, even in the first one. So there's some weapons that can actually be utilized to push Ratchet out of bounds, and one of them is the decoy glove, which it's broken in the first one as well. But the first one's it's a lot harder to do decoy clips. But in Rack 2, we can actually in a lot of spots.
Yeah.
Use the decoy glove to basically push Ratchet through a barrier or a wall that you're not supposed to go through and just go out of bounds. And the decoy glove, it's not only used for that, it has multiple uses. The other one will be the charge boots, which we'll talk about that later. But yeah, the decoy glove, very, very, very cool and broken weapon in Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
If I have to, I'll do
almost every
tiptoes,
Ratchet
but
and Clank game has like a weapon that can clip you through. Like if you're playing a Ratchet and Clank game, chances are there's something that can clip you through. You know, decoy glove for Ratchet 1 and 2, the Hunter mine launcher in Ratchet Deadlock, the mega turret glove in Up Your Arsenal in this game, although you won't really see it that much. And even the Future series and PSP ones have some, but I don't really know. Like, I think there might be some differences with how the setups are done. Because in the first 4 games, you kind of just throw down the projectile, and you'll probably get it.
A lot of the time with, come on, I couldn't
wrap the
even...
decoy around a bit. Wrap it around a little bit.
I think you could, if it also helps, you could probably go inside the factory and do a decoy clip from there. It might be easier.
Nah, because you want to get the. It's a little bit easier to do it here because yeah, you can get the water cycle, but there's a few ways to actually do an out of bounds and no taxi. Yeah, we're doing the. This was like an old strat.
I've tried tiptoes. I've gotten tiptoes maybe twice either. So
there's also a swim glitch that we can do, but it's not very useful in this category because the swim glitch would skip the collection of the platinum bolts, which we want. And yeah, like I've done tiptoes, and while I've managed to get a decent grasp on them, you can kind of see why they would be otherwise painful for somebody to do, and why you might want a safer option. So yeah, it's nice that NoTac is a really difficult planet in pretty much any category, but it does have a lot of options. So there's always something you can do.
Yeah. I am sorry about the frame rates. There's not much I can really do about it.
No, you're good.
Yeah, we're vibing here.
Now, yeah.
But yeah, there's, as mentioned, there's a lot of ways you can go out of bounds in NoTac, like tiptoes, water cycle. So yeah, we're doing a glitch called Ship Shack glitch right now. So Ship Shack glitch basically. So we're able to actually go over purchasing another part of the ship and then cancel out of it, and then as we're holding down right on the D-pad, we quickly go over the parts that we want, which are the lasers and the nuke, and then you mash X, and you're able to actually purchase it for 5 rare titanium instead of the price that it's displayed for. And so you can get like essentially any ship upgrade for 5 rare titanium, which is the cheapest option. Only works on PS2, doesn't work on PS3. So yeah, it's pretty OP.
Yeah. I've got a really hacky way of doing it because I've got a mod for PS2 that everyone plays now, but I don't know. I feel weird playing that compared to real PS2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
yeah.
I know the three of us have identical feelings on that mod. Like, we're not like a lot of people. Like, there is a modded PS3 release. It's
we should
a bit controversial.
It's probably to specify kind of the history of like the versions of the game as well at that point.
Yeah, well, I guess we can do it here because the only thing is like Siberius has this cool set piece where you're like jumping across these vehicles. We call it a train. It's not really a train, but what else are you gonna call it? Convoy. It's a good set piece, but it doesn't have much to it in terms of speed. There's like one small skip you can do, but that's about it. So, a brief history of version differences. There's the American PS2 Black Label version, aka not greatest hits, which is what Mathias is playing on. The PAL PS2 versions have slower charge boots, so we don't use them. Then the 2 Asian releases, Japanese and Korean, as well as the PS2 greatest hits version, patch the charge boot tech, so we don't use that. And then the PS3 release has a few benefits like faster loads, but it has the same patch charge boot, so it's the only game in like Oh no, I think Rift Apart has a board split. Oh well, but it's one of the only games that has like a board
but
split
basically,
between
if a game exists on console and PC, there's going to be a split between console and PC because PC 99.9% of the time is ridiculously overpowered compared to console, and will win in basically everything. Yeah, RA has a PC split, has a board split of PS5 and PC.
Yeah, and this game has a board split because some people want a fast and fun movement. Also, sorry about my dog barking. And some people like the loads of PS3. Personally speaking, I've swapped back and forth. But for me, like when it comes to categories like no IMG, I'd rather play PS2. But for regular NG Plus, I don't mind PS3 as much because it's so short and it's like, you know. So yeah, some categories are faster on PS2, some categories are faster on PS3. It all just really depends on what the objective is and how often the charge boots get used in it, I suppose.
Alright, caves. Now I will admit, I'm probably going to stop it here because this is, in here is probably one of my favorites, cutscenes of the entire game. It kind of it shows off like a lot of the ridiculous kind of humor that you can get with these older Ratchet games that you really don't see anymore. Kind of sums up the character that, yeah, just up here, hang on. We'll watch this like that.
In case of emergency, break glass with wrench. Hold on. This one says, use rock to break glass to get wrench to break glass to get rock. Ooh, I love logic puzzles. Let's see. If you break the glass with the solved it.
So yeah. New wrench and that's kind of ridiculous. It's not as impressive as a cutscene as some other ones, but I don't know. Alright. The desert. Everyone loves the desert. Not really. We will be back here later on, but for now, it's basically in this part of the story, the ship is broken, and this weird mystic guy has said that he can repair the ship as long as you bring him crystals from the desert. So you need to go out and get 10 crystals for him, and yeah.
Yeah, we have to get 10 crystals in the desert and to repair the ship, and there's a specific routing we have to do. Yeah. I know for Hundo it might be a little bit different because Hundo we have to come back here.
The 80% part is the same. I've messed it up though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's the same as APB. Yeah.
Basic, yeah.
Do you get the bolt afterwards?
But yeah, but you get the bolt in G plus.
Okay. Oh, you get an NG. Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, we used to use the Raritanium miner for APB, but then we found out that it was faster just to get the bolt on during the crystal route. But I guess for NG plus, it's you just get it.
Yeah.
In the desert.
Yeah, basically. Yeah,
because you already have the charge boots at that point anyway. So yeah.
Ultimately it is faster to death abuse, but usually I have way too much health, so it's not. But it ends up being slower for me.
Yeah.
So yeah. And we've got Dobbo. Dobbo tends to be mean to me a lot of the time, essentially. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, Dobbo, there's a few things that we have to do on Dobbo. It's the last level we're actually gonna have just the Clank without the charge boots. So there's a few things we have to do. We're gonna be doing one skill point for now on the moon that we have to go to with Clank. But then we also, I don't know if you're gonna go for the Dobbo midair, but
there's an easier strat for that I do.
Oh, is there? Okay, yeah. So you can do a Dobbo. So like, I don't know if we talked about midair long jumps, but midair long jumps are basically you're able to get more distance with Clank and the helipack and you can do them only in rack 1 and 2. They're not possible in rack 3. So in this game, they're actually a little bit harder to execute, and with mid-air long jump, you'll basically see Ratchet like kind of fidget when he does a long jump in the air, and you're able to get a little bit more speed and distance. And also, the decoy glove, we can also do proxies without charge boots, which what Mathias is doing right now, and I think this is going to be the backup of what we do compared to Dabo mid-air. So decoy proxies without the charge boots are a relatively new thing within the last year or so, and they can actually, not only have they created some faster strats, but they've also created some good beginner or intermediate backups, because Dabo mid-air is a pretty difficult trick, I'd say, especially just starting out. But even if you're an expert at rack 2, it's still an incredibly difficult skip. But the decoy proxies are actually, again, a nice backup, and again, kind of a relatively new tech when you're talking about doing it without the charge boots, because in the past we were only able to do the proxies with charge boots only, but that's no longer the case. So, and then so we do a decoy clip in that vent, and then we just use the dynamo here, and then we go over this long gap, and then this is our first mission where we use Giant Clank, which Giant Clank is in the first few Ratchet games, but in this game we only use them I think twice.
Yeah.
And we're gonna be doing we're gonna be doing 2 skill points, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So melee, kill him with only melee attacks, and destroy every building here, essentially.
Yeah, on 100%, honestly, this fight's way more difficult than on like other categories, because you can't use any miss, because usually what you'll do is you'll damage the Thugs for Less boss with missiles, and then you'll punch him, and then you'll just jump, and when you can actually jump on the Thugs for Less guy and just keep jumping on him and doing more and more consistent damage. But with 100%, because you have to also destroy all the buildings with Clank to get that 1 skill point, it's a little bit more difficult, because then once you do that, you have to finally get the Thugs for Less boss in place, and then what we talked about earlier, we can't use missiles, so we'll just punch the Thugs for Less boss, and then we'll do the jumping on top of him strat, and then just kind of keeping him in a straight line, because if he gets a little bit out of place, then he'll go wander off, and it's more annoying to kind of track him down again. So yeah. See, I told you I'm not as rusty as people think I am at this game. I still know my stuff. I just don't talk about it.
Yeah, you got a very different style of commentator, because usually I'm just like, yeah, you do this, and it's pretty broken. You like really go in depth. I respect it. There's nothing wrong with either approach in my opinion, as long as, you know.
Yeah, as long as you just explain what it is you're doing. It doesn't matter if it's in depth or not. But yeah, no, it's a cool little level. Not much else other than that, but it's again, this is one of the reasons why I don't want to run 100%, is because just because of this specific split, because again, having to do both skill points for the Thug boss is just kind of I'll pass.
Yeah, and this is like I'm gonna use this time to like quickly mention like something that I elaborate on something I brought up earlier, which was like any percent. I didn't really explain it too much, but if you watch like an any percent run, chances are they are not gonna go fight this boss. They will not go to Joba, and they're gonna spend the entire game using only the pack movement, and that's because the way to go get the charge boots, like, you have to do all the stuff you saw Mathias do. Fight the boss, go to Joba, complete the race, which doesn't take as long as it used to, but it still takes a while. And then you come back and finish like the rest of the game, and it's like, the charge boots don't really help that much with just completing the levels. If like your objective is to just complete the levels, you can do just fine with just the packs. It's still pretty fast. And so yeah, fastest 90% routes, they don't get the charge boots. In other categories, it's obviously you want the charge boots because you also have other things to do. But if you still want to play any percent with boots, you can. It's actually kind of fun. I did runs of it in that style, but It is very unique category.
Honestly,
in that
wasn't a bad fight.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I was gonna say that did a pretty good job.
Yeah, GG on the fight. You have to go to like Choba next, right?
Yeah, but there's a bit of bolt mining here first. I can get it right.
Okay, cause I know like in the aforementioned like charge boot any percent route, you still finished up Dabo, then you went to Joba.
Yeah, here you go straight. You go to Joba, and because you get the bolt in the middle. Then as well.
Sick.
Sorry.
I just said sick.
All right. I've messed up. And the idea is to get whack tons of money from here. Actually pretty low on money all things considered, so no, it's kind of even itself out. All right. I can do a bit of extra stuff on Joba. So yeah, there's ridiculous numbers of bolts from doing that. I'm not entirely sure how that works, but yeah. Okay.
Do you do lap skip or Joba?
I do Joba one. I do Joba lap skip. Yes. No.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'll briefly explain like the Joba one because it's a lot easier. So first of all, the path to the right has it lets you go to the this biker dude who will offer you the charge boots if you win the race. There's like 2 bridges that you pull down with the swing shot, but they're really easy to skip. Like watch how easy this is. The second one, it looks like it shouldn't be easy to skip, but the game just like has a trigger that instantly drops the bridge for some reason. So the way this lap skip works is like there's a decently sized trigger that you can crash into, and you'll kind of respawn backwards. Oh,
I don't think that's gonna work either.
Yeah, it was just a little bit past the trigger that I mentioned. But otherwise, you'll kind of know if he has it, because if he went too far forward, then the game will spawn him close to those doors. If he's like too far back, then the game will just not give him the lap like it did just now. But yeah, this one is actually pretty easy to do. It's a little precise, but otherwise it's not that difficult. And yeah, the Barlow one, like, you know, it's understandable why somebody might not want to do it. The Joba one, there's pretty much no reason not to do the Joba one. Also, I will mute again because there's still a bit of background chatter, although it's dying down.
That felt much better. So I restarted, yeah. This is kind of like the most recent thing that I've picked up, so I'm still not the greatest at it. There are people who can get it basically every time. I am not one of them. Each lap normally takes around like 40 to 50 seconds, but come on. Yeah. You can get like sub 30-second races if you do everything right. There is a skill point. There are 2 skill points here for essentially beating both the Joba and the Barlow races under a certain time. So, I mean, the Joba one is basically free, as much as I hate that term. Anyway, you really don't. You're almost guaranteed to get it whenever you do it first. And then the game just decides to not give the easing for the following ones, because of course it doesn't. I don't think that was quite right. Yeah. So we do have to do. There is a collectible we have to get in the 3rd race, because each one has, I believe, it's five races that you can do. Yeah. So This thing is so goddamn fragile, I swear. You just brush up against something and your bike instantly explodes. It's weird. Yeah, so essentially I'll grab the... You can skip into this one, but it's actually pretty difficult. But you might have seen one on... You might have seen the one on Felton that I picked up, but there's these things here, these nanotech boosts. And then I'm actually gonna do the skip again for this race to get the bolts for it, just as a kind of a bit more of a financial cushion, essentially, to make sure that I'll have enough bolts later on. And then we've got the charge boots there, and then the real fun can begin. It's probably going to need some more detailed explanations for that sort of stuff when we get to it.
Oh wait, do we not have the charge boots yet?
Oh, I just picked them up, but I'm doing this last race skit. And then.
Right. I'll briefly explain how the charge boots work. So they're really simple. You double tap R1 and you get a burst speed, and yeah. However, you can cancel the charge, and that's a little like feature that we use. When Ratchet's in the sliding animation at the end of the charge, you can hold L1. Well, not hold L1, you just like kind of tap it. In fact, you don't even need to always do it. Like in this example, Matthias didn't need to do it. And you can carry the speed of the charge boots into other moves, like long jumps and side flips. And you can also use the decoy or bomb glove to slide up slopes. I don't remember what exactly causes it, but yeah, if you use like the glove, the game will just like slide you up in the air. We call that a proxy. We stole that from the Spyro community. The very first video that showed a proxy just happened to call it a proxy, and we're like, okay, yeah, that sounds about right. So you're gonna do the wrench skill point, right? I just need to be sure.
You do reach Ratchet 2 here.
Okay, this is like one of the worst skill points in the game. So you have to kill every enemy on Joba with just the wrench. There are a few exceptions. You can use the turrets. You can let enemies kill each other. Is it just me or is the game looking like it's blowing up?
Yeah, because the turrets.
Okay, I figured it was the turrets, but I was scared like your capture card was, you know.
Static's devs good tank. I don't think anything's gonna be going wrong with that anytime soon. Yeah. That's just the thing. There's like one person who gets really, really annoyed where it's like, yes, spending extra money on a good capture card is worth it. There's one person who really, yeah. Right.
So as I briefly mentioned, so this skill point can be really annoying because it's really easy to void out. If you use if you're in challenge mode and you go into first person mode, the skill point voids out. I believe taking a death might cause it to not work. And
yeah, if I die, I need to reload the file essentially.
There's also one enemy that doesn't count towards the skill point for until it crosses a specific invisible line, which a runner named Mantodia found out about that a few years ago, and we were like, oh. And so yeah, so Matthias at some point he'll purposefully wait for an enemy to get closer to him before closer to them before
yeah, no, not an ideal second house upgrade, but whatever. So yeah,
they'll wait for the next enemy, the enemy to get close to them before defeating the enemy. And yeah, so hopefully this won't this will work out well, because this is one of the few skill points you really don't want to mess up.
Yeah. So turret, very clearly not a wrench, but doesn't matter, it's still valid. So the nanotech blasts friendly fire and the turrets are all valid forms, are all valid ways to kill them. It doesn't have to just be the reach. Friendly fire obviously being like the guy that used to start with the turret with the gun. Did I kill this? Did I kill this? You can still be, so I don't actually know. I did not. So yeah. This is normally some big long platform thing, but after you've got the continue point at the top, it just takes you straight up. So this is the room where it's the enemy you've got to wait. There's one behind the door at the top, so that one. Okay, now I need to be careful because ow, that's not good. Okay. And a bit. Yep, back to the start. Yep. Yeah, you can't make a single mistake here, otherwise it voids the entire thing. Hopefully the second time goes better, I suppose.
I'll take this time to briefly mention that on PS3 the skill point is even worse because there's ways to soft lock yourself when you hyper strike into the turrets, and just Ratchet will just get stuck there and you can't move, and yeah, runs even more dead then. Yeah, with these 100% categories you're always like taking risks. Like, it's definitely a surprise whenever somebody gets a 100% category into a marathon, because there's some of the least safe categories in this series. Like, every single planet there's something that can go wrong, and you know how you all know how it is with marathons and things not going your way. So that enemy, that did it not trigger?
No, that just got blasted by the stupid guy with the gun twice.
Yikes. So yeah, you can see that like this skill point is really brutal. We were not exaggerating. This might actually be like the most painful skill point in the game. Like, even more so than the gambling one at the start, because at least that one's in like early on in the game, and that one's just like hitting slot machines a bunch of times. This is like
even dying that early is you have to work with it, because then the game spawns back the enemies that aren't supposed to be there. So it has to be from a reload in order for it to properly count.
Yeah, I've always said that, like, I want to learn all of the categories and like the first 4 Ratchet and Clank games. And like whenever I say this, I always make sure to specify that like this is one of the last 3 categories I'm gonna learn, and it's partially because of stuff like this. Like it does look like a fun category, but it's like I'm not ready to tackle some of the painful stuff like this.
I'm an idiot. Stupid heat wave. I swear I'm not usually this bad at. I swear I'm not usually this bad at this game. Do that. Hit this guy. I had a second nanotech, but if that second nanotech blast can later on, that would make it a lot easier. But they don't. Okay. Here we go.
Hey, wait, we finally got it, or?
No, we just got. No, we still got the most. We still got the most annoying part.
All right. Right now, I'm just like kind of focusing on making sure like.
Ow! No! No!
Keeping quiet, you know.
Yeah, sure. I don't know why they decided to. Is that all of them? I'm really paranoid right now. It's not, there's one more section to do, but it's not that bad. I just need to get all the health pickups that I can. That one. Here, and here. Okay. I mean, sometimes at the end of the game, the game can sometimes decide to just not give it to you for whatever reason, even though you've done everything right. That helps a little bit. Okay. You got it. That's Joba for you. Joba just does that a lot of the time.
Hey, at least we put the worst of it behind us.
Then you got Dobbo. Then you got Dobbo too, which has also not been very nice to me before.
Ah, true. Well, never mind then. But at least that's not for like a while. So, I think at this point you just go back to the ship and
Go back to Dobbo and
Frugus
try
now?
and... Go back to Dobbo. Try and not get slid off the stupid grid piping in the middle that you have to avoid with the glider. Not that you have the glider anyway, but...
Alright, so this is the second path of Dabo. You go in this. They're gonna go in this little facility, and they're gonna try and do a wall clip with the decoy glove, and they're gonna go on like some. This is just some kind of scenery stuff. You're not meant to like ever stand on this, but it has collision.
Presumably for the glider,
you're meant to like. It's meant to be an obstacle when you're using a gadget called the glider.
Thankfully, you'll never see in this run, but it sucks.
Yeah, it's only used 3 times in casual play.
And don't do a cycle.
We barely. Yeah, if you've like played this game, you might remember a very painful nanotech upgrade in this level. Yeah, that's... we get that pretty easily in this category. Let's see,
Sometimes it just decides to... No.
So they're gonna scale this, this like, pipe scenery stuff. Because at the very top of it is a platinum bowl. As I mentioned before, you're supposed to get this with, like, the glider, but we can just like do some SIs up on this.
Yeah.
SI stands for slope intercept. It's just kind of a somewhat of an odd name, but it kind of fits, seeing as it's meant to refer to how we climb up sloped surfaces. And afterwards, Matthias will go and finish the level, and then we'll be off to Frugus.
Thankfully, I've had significantly worse Dobbos than that, so...
Okay, now.
There we go. Now it's Frugus.
Alright, which one of y'all wants to explain Frugus? Cause, yeah.
Again, I guess. Yeah, so as I said earlier, with the ship missions, they get progressively easier. So we have the mini nuke now on the ship, and what we can do is on the first mission, so we're supposed to destroy 6 turrets individually, but you can actually target the mini nuke in a specific spot on that center part of the stage, and it'll destroy 5 out of 6 of the turrets, and then you just destroy the last one like pretty easily. And then so the next few missions as well, we use the mini nuke in other specific positions to like kind of. We can't like kill most of them except one like we can in the first position, but we can try to at least get most of them down, and then just kill the other ships with our upgraded lasers. So yeah, the mini nuke is fairly broken, especially on in this map, and as well as Gorn and Felsen later on. But yeah, and then the 4th mission, as I mentioned earlier, so the 4th missions of the 3 main ship levels will be a ring. It'll be like it's a race, but you have to go, it's a race with another ship, but you have to also go through sets of rings. I think if you miss 3, then the race, ends, but you have to not...
Yeah,
Sorry,
I was going to say, I thought you were about to say if you miss 3 rings, then you lose the bolt. I was about to say no, if you miss 1 ring, you lose the bolt. But
yeah, you can't miss any at all in this category, because you have to get the platinum bolt. So also just a tiny epilepsy warning coming up. There's when you get to the final ring in Frugus, there's like a big flashing, like you go through this small flashing sphere. So just an epilepsy warning in like about like a minute or so.
Yeah,
so.
I'm not that good at the races anyway. So you've got.
Yeah.
I need to. Right, I need to grind up. My return growth are always so bad because I'm always so impatient to reset. Okay. I should nearly have. No, I'll go one more. One more should be enough. That should be enough for Retanium, hopefully. Alright. So there are some parts, like all the really tight corners, I have played those pretty safely and don't boost at all, but... There are, like, all the top level runs of, like, APB and Hundo, they just tear through this race. They just tear through these races that, like, nobody, just... I can't do that yet. I'm still too nervous about missing it. Like that. Yeah. These yeah, but they redid this content in the 4th game, they did it significantly better because you've got a decent amount of leniency to actually get these, because the rings are a lot bigger. So... Okay, getting there. Yeah, that epilepsy warning is just about now, so... Alright, there we go. Clear. Not 10, not Rugus. Not... Okay. So we don't. Oh, that's because it's gonna be something else. I'm gonna go back and we do the second ship check. We do the ship check. We do the second ship check now. Just to. Otherwise it's gonna mess up everything. Otherwise it's gonna mess up my muscle memory essentially. So. Here you go. Fully upgraded ship. You've got nothing to worry about when it comes to Gorn, basically.
Yeah, one thing that I've always found kind of funny is when we found the Whoopash skip. So the intro cutscene for Felton is Ratchet saying like, "Let's hope these weapons work," even though he had used them before. Now with Whoopash skip, we finally fixed the timeline. So.
Also, yeah, this is decoy stuff plus. This is decoy stuff plus charge boots. So a little bit. It's been kind of some special states, I suppose, compared to like when you throw them in midair. It almost didn't make
which strat are you going for the Snevelac boss?
I sheep. I don't do poking at all.
Okay, don't forget the sheepinator. I tried like an any person attempt like a few weeks ago.
I have to go this way anyway to get one of the bolts. So no, I'm not gonna miss the sheepinator. What do you take me for?
Yeah, you never know, man. Like I said, I tried my any percent run and I got the Snivelac and I'm like, oh crap, I forgot the sheepinator. And I ended up ending the run just because I couldn't do the poking method. It was just a bit painful.
Yes, I can try and get this, even though I don't think I can. Yeah.
That damage animation is definitely gonna screw you over.
Yeah, It's not going to be too bad though. I can just clip out and drag it, just clip out, drag in. I just because there's a gadget, there's a weapon that you get pretty later on. You don't think the spider bot unlocks here, but there's a weapon that you get where you can essentially throw down a little miniature controlled robot, and you can send it through the pipe, and it can. You use it to unlock that door from the other side through this pipe here. The camera gets a bit funky with it sometimes, so then here I want to try and grab the bolt without clipping and bounce like that. So that wasn't the worst ever. And then end of the level is up here. And then it's Bolden time. And this is why I had to check that my PS2 clock was set correctly before the run started, because of something that's coming up here.
Yeah, so there's a nanotech upgrade that only appears every other hour.
Yeah.
The max percent category, we used to play on the Japanese version because that would always have it available. Although it's not like too big of a deal. Like if you're fast enough, and on the New Game Plus visit, the nanotech might be there. And it's not like you'll lose time like going to go get it. So it's not a big deal if like Matthias were to have forgotten to set the clock. But it is something that like we always do.
Yeah. I'm slow enough though that I'll basically always miss it. If I could actually get my proxy here. There we go. That's another case of using something you'd use the spider bot for. Here we go. Then there's one more bolt to get with. I always really struggle with doing this clip. Sometimes it just doesn't want to work for me. Because the trick with this one is that you don't want to go too far forwards. Otherwise, you're going to hit the force cutscene. You're going to hit the end of the cutscene, and you're going to be forced off the planet, basically.
Yeah. So what Matthias is trying to do here is this dome, this was found in like 2015 by the Rixer. You can do a hyper strike at a certain time, and you'll be able to like clip through a small spot in the wall. We can also do this on PS3, but the setup is like really different. Like we're able to clip through the dome, not use the exact setup. In New Game Plus categories, we can just go to the end. But in a category like this, we have to be sure not to go too far forward, because this Platinum Bolt is kind of meant to be like a gotcha moment, kind of the developers trolling us, because you see it like right there, it looks easy, but you have this big old cutscene trigger that you just cannot avoid, and so you're supposed to come back for it later. But of course, since we enter it from the dome from behind, we have a chance to
it's just like this keeps on hitting like the death plane inside the wall. And
there's a death plane in the wall. Oh wait, no, I see now. I was a little bit confused when you said that at first. It's been a while since I've died to this clip, to the PS2 variant, so
yeah, I've got no idea. Sometimes it just doesn't work for me, and I don't know why. And sometimes you don't clip at all. Sometimes you don't get the clip at all. I thought I had this down, but clearly I don't. And then the game just does that to me. Eventually, come on. If I don't get hit, it is. I did not want to do that. I can try going this way, but it's almost always gonna end badly. Yeah, come on. Ideally, you'd get this first try, and you'd be halfway through Aranos 2 by this point. It's like one specific part of it, I think, that you're supposed to aim at. You're supposed to aim at for this. Where exactly?
You talking about the don't clip?
Yeah, don't clip.
Yeah, you need to. The trick with this, strat is you need to like not only aim for a specific part, but you need to like kind of delay the hyperstrike in a way. Like like you want to delay the hyperstrike just a tad bit. So like, yeah, like that. That was perfect. Yeah. Like yeah, you want to delay the hyperstrike just like a tiny bit. Otherwise, if you don't, then you kind of just like you get the outer edge of the terrain or the building, and then you don't go through. And then if you obviously do too late, you just bonk and then you fail it. But yeah, that was good. Yeah, you just want to delay it just a little bit.
Okay, this is the only planet in the game where you revisit it, but it's a different map the second time.
Yeah, the Aranos. So Aranos 2, the first level we did was Aranos, and Aranos 2, you're back here, but it's a completely different part of the map. You don't go back to Aranos 1 at all. So, but yeah, we do a little Clank clips and Clank skips in this level, because who wants to actually do Gadgetbot sections? I don't.
Yeah. So we should probably kind of explain a bit what's happened in the story, I suppose.
Yeah, with the Clank clips?
Oh, but no, just like why we're back here.
Oh yeah, so Ratchet and Clank get the Thugs for Less set up. They're basically hired by FizzWidget, or they think it's FizzWidget, to capture Ratchet and Clank. But obviously it's not FizzWidget, but we'll get to that later. But yeah, the Thugs for Less basically. We find out that the Aranos ship is their prison, and so they take Ratchet and Clank hostage, and they keep them in the prison. And then, in the story, Clank's girlfriend that you see for like a few seconds breaks him out of his cell, and then Clank frees Ratchet by hitting a switch. But basically, in the speedrun sense, you're supposed to use Gadgetbots to get through this section, but we can do Clank clips and Clank proxies to not use that, and then we can break Ratchet out, and then we get Ratchet back, and then Ratchet is only with the charge boots when we break him out. But even without Clank, you can still utilize charge boot tech, and obviously do a bunch of other decoy clips and stuff. But yeah.
So I think the main NG Plus speedruns don't do Clank at all. So.
Yeah. Yeah, if you do NG Plus, you don't. Yeah. You don't even.
Yeah, I've learned the proper way of doing it here. I'm still pretty bad at it though, so I'm expecting to still mess it up a couple times.
Yeah, it's fair. But yeah, I don't think we've talked about it, but in New Game, and most of New Game Plus, so like I don't know if you. So in this game, actually, this was the first Ratchet and Clank game. It's kind of so. Ratchet and Clank 1 had a very basic health system where everything basically did 1 health damage for the most part. Ratchet 2 kind of it kind of upped the ante a bit. So not only do you have like health experience upgrades, kind of like an RPG, but you also have armor upgrades too. So this is the first Ratchet game to introduce armor upgrades. So in Ratchet 2, as the story progressed and as you get more money, you would naturally want to get more armor, right? But in the speedrun sense, armor not only costs money, but it's kind of a waste of time. And so in the new game categories, including 100%, we have Ratchet, which is essentially the early game armor, which is nothing. And so as you get further into the game, more enemies do higher damage. So it's a lot easier to die in the later planets in the speedrun because you're obviously lacking health, experience, and armor. So in this section in particular, if you get hit by the thugs, by the robots once, you're dead. Essentially, if you get hit by their like flame attacks, you're essentially dead. So you don't really want to. You want to avoid any damage possible. But yeah, we're doing an out of bounds here, and then we actually do a charge into a wrench side flip, and then there's a platinum bowl over here. And funnily enough, so we have the levitator, but even if you don't have Clank, you can still use the levitator. And it just shows Ratchet in air by himself without Clank, and it just looks really funny because he's floating in midair. And
how does he do it? Dog?
Yeah, the corn dog. But yeah, it's really funny. But yeah, no, that's the Clank. That's the Ratchet section. Then we reload the game because if we didn't, we would have to go back and do the Clank section again. Otherwise, we don't have Clank. But yeah, you just since the game autosaves, you just reload from this spot, and then you'll get Clank back automatically, and then you were supposed to do another Clank section, but we don't have to do it. So now we have Clank again, and then we want to now.
I've tried the SI. It's not worth it for me. So I just kind of skip past this door, which has another gadget to unlock it that you don't have yet, or that you don't have because you skip you get on the arena on Jogo, but you skip that. I skip that. So it's not that much. It's not. But yes, it's slower, but. It could be worse, I suppose. A lot of the stuff is like I've tried it, and at this point it's not really worth it for me to try and lose runs to it, essentially. So I just suck it up and do slower strats. Some of which I kind of jerry-rig together myself, I suppose. If I could actually hit the button, that would be helpful, and not bonk on the window. Now, a fan favorite character, who many will know, and love or hate or tolerate or whatever. Plumber. I don't really know what people think of the plumber these days. He's kind of like the.
He's cool.
Yeah.
Quirky little character.
His running gag is that he shows up once per game, and in the future games, especially, it's some kind of massive lore dump or gives you something, or he gives you something that you're definitely gonna need later on. That's kind of what he became known for. All right, Gorn.
Yeah, Gorn is the easiest planet of them all. Although I'm enjoying Wingo's ship explanation, so I think I actually want to hear him do this because.
Yeah.
If he wants to.
No, I don't need to retain him anymore. Yeah. So yeah, first mission's done already. It shows you how overpowered the nuke is. It isn't quite enough to kill them all on their own. I'll do this mission a couple of times just to make sure I've got this to get a bit more money in the bank, essentially, because I've had times I've been massively undervolted, and it's really not that much longer. All right, ghost ship. It's kind of the same to get this in one cycle, essentially. You only care about the big one, so... Did I miss it? I think I missed it. Yeah. Missed one cycle. Yeah. Here we go. And then race. Because every ship level here has a race. Except for Bash, but that's its own thing. You can get absolutely bodied here if you're really unlucky with RNG. Because he's a pillar that's bobbing up and down, and inconveniently is right in your path. So if you get a bad cycle, you can just crash straight into it, and there's nothing you can do about it. Not this one. That one up there. Here we go, we'll go past it, okay. Oh, I knew I missed that one. Yeah. Not many people like doing these, but you have to put up with it. Alright, Snivelak. This is the infamous planet. If you've played Ratchet before, you probably hate this planet.
Yeah, so in speedrun it's actually pretty cool, but in casual play it is really bad. Starts off with a pretty basic platforming section. It's like, okay, whatever. But then you're going across like long corridors full of enemies, and with like no checkpoints, which is kind of a reoccurring theme across many games in this series and even some other platformers of the time. Jack 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say I knew it was gonna be Jack 2.
Yeah. So there's one platinum bolt and one skill point in this level. Platinum bolt's pretty easy to get. Skill point is also just shooting some ships. You know, most of this stuff is like fine, nothing too special. But the real reason people remember this level is because the boss fight at the end, it's the Thugs for Less leader in a giant mech, and the only way you are
casually into. Sorry, you talk.
You're all good, but I was gonna say the intended way to defeat him is to get in some turrets and shoot at his giant mech, which doesn't sound bad except the turrets do so little damage, and this boss takes like 10 minutes casually. It is by far like pretty much everyone that's played this game unanimously agrees that it's the worst boss ever. And it's really funny how we can cheese it. Like, I'm pretty sure there's like a few. I know Zem has a YouTube short on like this boss and how much it sucks.
Yeah.
I'm sure even Insomniac could acknowledge that this is not the greatest boss ever. Like, Insomniac's actually kind of memed on some of the bad choices they made. Like, they made a tweet once about memeing on the Clank Zapper.
There was there was one where they actually pointed out the very common infinite bolt glitch in Rec 1, where they just where they just tweeted, oh wait, by the shield here, that's right. This is the shield charge is almost too overpowered. Yeah, they once released a tweet where it was like a PS2 controller with the circle button taped down or held down, because there's a bolt glitch that you have that involves you kind of getting out of bounds and just using a specific weapon for like 12 hours to get enough bolts for the Rhino. Now, can you please clip me through the door? Can you please clip me through the wall? Thank you.
Yeah, so the way we're gonna defeat the boss, we're gonna
Don't trigger the cutscene, or it's scary.
We're going to load the boss battles model and then use the sheepinator, and this somehow works. Then we're gonna like attack the sheep and trigger the cutscene that starts the boss, and that all just somehow manages to work, and it's been known for like a decade.
Yeah, there's several ways to to kill this boss. But yeah, the sheepinator strat is like the easiest, and also it's a really old strat.
Yeah, there are faster ways. They call them poking. It's kind of like, it's presumably because like you poke the boss and he dies instantly. It's kind of where I presume the name comes from, but it's a pretty complex kind of setup for that at top level. So I don't know. I just use the sheep.
As long as it gets the job done, that's all that matters.
So yeah, it just explodes instantly. And now we're on to Smog. I don't really know how I feel about Smog. When it works, it's pretty nice. When it doesn't work, it's stupid, basically.
Okay, I actually have no idea like how Smog works in this category, so
For this and in here for NG, it's basically just a route for any percent or NG plus. You don't get the damage of course until NG plus. So here it's basically just how you do it in any percent. Okay, that's fine. You can do like charging on the rail. I've tried that. It's always ended in disaster, so. Eventually I'll learn it, but yeah. Normally the grind brutes auto equip when you're on a rail and they just slide all the way back down, but as long as you're crouching when you're on it, they don't trigger essentially. So it's slow, but it's the easiest for me. I've got time save elsewhere, essentially. We may try and do this carry a bit more properly later on. There's a whole lot of stuff around the place that I can focus on. Yeah, okay. So here, reload the game, and we buy the Spiderbot glove, which is going to get used later on. And then Groban, the other infamously bad planet.
Okay, this one is a really funny story. So, they were working on Grelbin, and they handed it off to like this dude Tony Garcia, and he did not want to learn like somebody else's code or whatever. So he was like, you know what? I have 1 weekend to do this. Let's just knock it out in 2 or 3 days. And yeah, he made this whole level in 2 or 3 days, and with the exception of one little thing, this level's actually kind of competently made. Like, it feels more like a level that was made in like a week or two. I'll give them that leniency. However, there's these Yetis, and they are like really annoying because you don't get a lot of time to react to their attacks. They do a lot of damage, and they spawn in huge chunks. Like, you know, if they were to have only one of these attributes, or maybe even two, you know, maybe people could forgive it, but like they have like all, like, they're just very painful. And Tony says that when he was whenever he'd go out to lunch with other Insomniac employees, they'd be like, "Dang, who coded those Yetis? They're like the worst thing in the game." And he had to own up to it. He was like, "You know what? That was me. I coded the Yetis." And it got so fun, they actually made an award.
Yeah, I believe the Yeti Award started a bit before that, but it's most known for saying that they picked out essentially the worst thing from each game that they made, and whoever originally coded it got an award, is essentially how it worked.
Yeah, and up here, Arsenal, they gave that award to these rocket turrets that you can see on a planet Tyrannosis and Iridia and I think Metropolis.
Yeah.
And in Ratchet Deadlock, they awarded it to these green enemies called Tremors. They run up really fast towards you, and they have like these sharp like things on their arms, and they'll just kind of like slice you, or at least that's, well, they won't actually depict the slicing because you know it's still a cartoonish game. But
it's either they or they gave it to the Eviscerator itself. It's one of those two. I can never fully tell which one it is. But
no, it's not the Eviscerator. Like, we actually kind of got, there's a bit of information where the employee was like, it's not the Eviscerator, it's a more specific enemy, and well, who else could it be but the Tremors?
Oh no, okay, so, this is bad. Okay, I do not want to have the Tesla barrier right now. It's good that I've got it, but I don't want it because essentially the Tesla barrier, it zaps all the enemies around it. And now we've got to level up this thing. Because, do we want to explain the prototype stuff here about why we are upgrading it here?
Yeah, so on the first visit, the protopets give decent weapon XP. You know, not too bad, pretty respectable. But when you reload, they give like a huge amount. Like, it's insane. So pretty good for getting XP. That just kind of, yeah, it's called like protopet farming or something like that. And we use this on the Spiderbot glove, which you might think is a very strange weapon to try this with. You'd think we'd use something more conventional, like a rocket launcher or the bouncer or something, but no, it's actually the Spiderbot that is really, really effective for you know.
Do not throw it over that way, please. Okay, 1 or 2 more should hopefully do it. A little bit slow, but it's the fastest way of doing it, basically. Maybe I can get them No, I'll take one more piece of use just to be safe. Because these things do absolutely rip you to shreds. Damn it, okay. Just have to hope that doesn't kill, that doesn't just remove all the border pits. It's been a while since I've had to do this. But okay. Okay, good, they're still here. Here we go. The tank bot Glover. Zap the rest of the money. Okay. We'll be back for the rest of Problem later because it's like Tabora and that it's a giant open map full of stuff to find. So I'll take the money. I'll take a moment to get the extra money here because it is a surprising amount. Later in the game, you got more money from crates. So there. Now it's all the way back to Uzla.
Yo, shout out to the Raiders in the chat. It was like you're here to fight the secret boss, right?
Swamp Monster 2, as well as the Platinum Bolts.
Yeah, so this game has like a secret boss battle. It's not anything special, but it's there. You're supposed to access it by using the gravity boots, which we don't have. We just clip through a wall and that works. And I believe, well, okay, so when you defeat this boss, you get something called the box breaker, which is a really useful tool. You hyper strike, and anything that's breakable will break instantly.
I've never been very good at this proxy. I
believe in this category we also use it to upgrade some weapons, but I could be wrong.
Not really, no.
Okay, yeah.
A lot of the stuff in this game is just kind of annoying. Proxies. It's like I just gotta kind of get up on top of it and use some way of doing it, and I'm not totally sure what it is. Here we go, finally. Platinum bolt here, and then I buy the tractor beam because I've tried. Yeah, we use it essentially once. And that one went okay. No. Really? Okay. Of course. Okay. There's a few skill points in these games that covering the local population for various reasons. Okay. There's another platinum bolts in a cave out here. I pretty often forget. Okay, and then by the mini rocket tube. And then secret boss time.
Thank you for shopping at Megacorp. Please visit us again.
Just like that. And actually, I'm going to take the charge boots off for this. It's pretty easy to charge. This is why this boss is actually surprisingly difficult. Or was very much health things. This is why we don't do it immediately. Or an NG plus because it's a lot harder. And it's useful at the start of each. So, oh, I died. What?
Thank you.
Well, I wasn't expecting that.
Where our customers come first.
I wasn't expecting that. Sometimes it can kind of stun rockets, it can kind of freeze it all bit in place, or you know, but and here we go, the box breaker. This will be very useful later on. Put my charge boots back on.
Thank you for shopping at Megacorp. Please visit us again.
And then it's Yeedle time. Okay. Wonder how Yeedle's gonna go today. You can proxy up here to get that bolt, but it's pretty finicky, and I've set enough way more times than I've actually gotten it, so it's... Oh, this thing again.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, have some entertainment for you.
Yeah, so in this level, I've seen this like maybe once before. Yeah, this is something you rarely see. Okay, so the Yeetle is it's the final level in the game. Very long. It's divided up into 3 segments. Exterior, interior, and then the final boss, which is definitely like the worst final boss in like the series, honestly. Maybe
like
tied with Tachyon, I suppose. Tachyon wasn't really that good of a boss, I'm gonna be real. At least in my opinion. So you're meant to use this gadget called the Hypnomatic, which hypnotizes robots, and you can manipulate them to go onto like buttons and stuff. We skip one of the planets where it's used. On Grelbin, we never go to like the area where you'd use it, and on Yeetle it's super easy to just skip the like 1 or 2 uses of it. So right now we just got past the entirety of the exterior of Yeetle, and now we're gonna go to the interior, which it has like 1 platinum bolt that I don't know exactly how Matthias is gonna go get it, but it's gonna be an easy method regardless.
I've tried. Yeah, there is like a thing with the like you can do a deeper jump for it, but I've tried that and it hasn't exactly ever worked for me. So I'm sure I could get it eventually, but
we have a camera proxy now, which is a lot easier probably.
Yeah, well, I'm already on the ground now, so whatever. Now, when we get to the final boss, because of the way the spider stuff works, I will say it is a pretty severe epilepsy warning for that. Like, much more than the stuff for Rugus. So just be careful with that. Just...
Yeah, we'll give a second warning when the time comes.
Okay, here we go. I was doing this, I was practicing this a bit earlier before the run, so... Because I've messed this up a lot and it's really annoying. No, that's, yeah, okay. Okay, no, that's not it either. Okay then, I think, maybe. No, that's not gonna be enough. Yeah, that's way too slow. I hate doing this fight. Optimally, because I can never seem to get the spider box quite right.
Yeah, if you're new to this game, like, setting this up can be a bit tricky, but eventually you kind of learn, like, the setup for it, and it's, like, not too bad.
Spewing projects off the side in front of me, and then throw a spider bot, swap away from the spider.
We're trying to keep the protopet trapped in this one spot. There's 3 phases of this boss.
Also doesn't feel like it's gonna. That also isn't gonna work. I can tell.
This is an interesting setup that I don't think I've ever seen. Hey, if it works, it works. Okay, so here's the epilepsy warning. I think, if I remember correctly, this is even worse on PS3.
Yeah,
but it's
significantly worse on PS3. They just cranked the bloom up to max on PS3 for no real reason whatsoever.
Yikes. If you can, try getting it from the other side rather than where you're at. That might help, might not. Who really knows?
Again, well, I don't know why it's so slow for me.
So the way this is supposed to work, you're only supposed to have 1 spider bot out at a time. But what we can do to get around this is very intricate series of inputs. So throw the spider bot, and then go into the pause menu and select another weapon. Then unpause, and then repause, and select the spider bot again. Unpause and throw out your second spider bot, and that just somehow works. Like, they kind of move at the same time, they'll fire at the same time, and it does like a lot of damage.
That is if you can actually get it right, which I seem to be failing horribly at right now. Like, yeah. I was practicing this earlier and I got it mostly okay. So I don't know what it is about it now that's making it seemingly impossible for me to get. It's really
yeah,
annoying.
I'm lucky now. Try getting it from like not behind it, but to its left. That's what I do in my run. Yeah, still got some background noise, so...
It's like it just explodes as soon as it hits the ground. So it like just explodes as soon as the second one hits the ground. Hopefully that's 6. No, by the absolute skin of my teeth. Okay, seizure warning's passed, even if it didn't really work all that well to begin with.
Alright, we got past that, so, the Ratchet and Clank games, whenever you're finished, they'll give you a prompt like, hey, do you want to do the entire thing all over again, but you get to keep all your weapons, health, bolts, etc. Very few things are actually taken away from you, and they're not like things that really matter, so, you know. So you just get to play through the whole game with everything, and you unlock a few things, such as extra weapon levels, a bolt multiplier to make things a little easier to get. Is there anything in challenge mode that you can't get in the original playthrough that is required for this category?
The Clank zipper.
Oh, right.
And
Oh, it looks like
of course it happens.
Oh, did you crash?
Yep, the game crashed.
Okay, yeah, so if you like kill those enemies and you have the shield charger on in this level, the game crashes.
It was weird because I've gone through it fine before without the game crashing and the shield on.
It happens, you know.
So I want to leave Aranos here with about 67,000 bolts. For a couple of things again, for a couple of things to buy when we get to Uzla. Thankfully it's on PS2, so crashes don't take all that long to recover from. Compared to PS3. So the thing with the multiplier, it goes up to 20, but if you get hit at all, it immediately gets reset back to 1. So you want to be careful and hold on to the multiplier for as long as you can, which is kind of the incentive to hold it, which is the incentive, basically. Might get enough. Yeah, okay. Okay, then.
Ratchet checking.
So yeah, this is where you'll immediately see one of the NG Plus things come into play in the form of the mega weapons. So back when we bought the DP, that's actually a weapon from the first game. So they bring back a select few, and you can actually buy mega versions of them as well. So we buy the Mega Bomb Glove, which is absolutely broken. And we're going to use it a bit later on. The catch to the Gadgetron weapons is that the Gadgetron weapons don't upgrade like the Megacorp ones do, which are the ones from new to this game. And this is the first swamp monster. This is the first swamp monster again, but we are actually going to fight it this time. We've got this weapon called the Synthenoid that we need to get. That is a bit of a pain to level up. But we're going to kind of abuse a tactic that it's the last weapon. It's the weapon that does the last shot to a boss that gets all the XP from the boss. So we're going to appropriately weaken it with the Mega Bomb Glove. And maybe a couple other weapons, if I could not die. And we're gonna give the final hit with the Synthenoid. That. So then all the XP is going to go to the Synthenoid if I'm killing the boss. And we've got another skill point here for destroying all the breakables in the shop. This is another somewhat recurring one throughout at least the first few games, at least the first few games, is to break all the breakables in an area. So
Okay.
It's
I feel like I was gonna say something. I don't remember what. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna take this time and like quickly get something to eat.
yeah.
I'll be right back.
I've missed this. I've missed. There's gonna be like one breakable thing somewhere. I swear, probably in here. That one. We'll explain that. First person mode. Explain everything later on.
Thank you for shopping at Megacorp. Please visit us again.
Alright, that's what I was wanting to do the first time. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, we've got jamming once again. But we're actually going to do the jamming array first this time. We don't need to go back to Ndaka for a while. So here we go. Oh, there we go. Right, and then here. Okay. You can hit them from the other side, but generally I find it slightly a bit safer to make sure that I get the ball properly. And up here. Oh, no, don't pop my shield. Please don't pop my shield. Then, again, there's another destroy or breakable skill point, so... Now there is a little bit of leniency here, so you can still get if you miss one or two. Go, skill points. The location of stuff in the menu changes all the time, so it's a bit hard to sometimes remember exactly where everything is. Try and get the... No, I don't think we're going to get the mirror upgrade here. We'll get pretty close.
Where does this guy come from? I can't believe what I'm seeing. It's like watching a train wreck. Wow. This guy's on a rampage.
There's probably going to be some kind of... Oh, you are.
Ladies and congratulations on winning the electrolyzer. Returning to battle is everyone's favorite gladiator. He slices, he dices, and carves up a main dish. Please welcome Chain Blade. I've got my money in the law bank with Spunk. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Chain Blade's really got his hands full with this one. Where did this guy come from? I can't believe it. Chain Blade has been defeated. Winner!
Okay, bye. I don't need more radio kit. I can never read with the stuff bits that I have to actually buy.
From the planet Cerebella comes a colossal creation.
This is another skill point one, which is just a don't get hit one. So as long as the shield shadow makes this one arguably too easy. Go. Alright, and then this is always my favourite demonstration of the power of the charge boots, essentially. Just getting up here. I always just think that side flip one is so cool. We leave in Daiko Village for much later on. So Barlow, we want to buy the plasma coil, which is probably my favourite weapon in this entire game. And it's It doesn't really mess around.
Alright, I'm back. So, I have a slight confession. Like earlier, as I was in my closet, I was partially kind of dozing off a little bit. But now that I've like gotten up and had to use energy, I'm back in the game, baby. So, where are we now and what are we doing?
We're Barlow, we've just gone into the hidden cave box.
Alright. So, I'm gonna take the chance to like explain like a few things about like not just this game, but I suppose just a lot of the 100% categories. So, when it comes to like learning a speed run, the shortest category might not always be the best one to start out with. You know, I know a few games where the short categories are definitely not recommended to start out with. Jak and Daxter, or Crash 2 and 3, and CTR. In this game, that pretty much never applies. The longer a category is, the harder it is to complete a run that fits within its rule set, or to perform all the skips. Despite the movement like being like so like, you know, complicated, the skips themselves tend to be really easy to figure out at times. Like whatever skip you need to do to make like an NG plus run instead of a no ING run, for example. Also, oh, I'm gonna go back to the closet again. So when it comes to like a beginner-friendly category, it's pretty much never recommended to start with like something like this, or even like all platinum bolts, or all gold bolts, or whatever. The kind of like the weight of like an NG plus category is you get from the beginning to the end. And any percent you do that, but you have to worry about like XP and bolt routing. And sometimes you have harder variations of skips, which is actually kind of cool. I've grown to really like 20% categories. And in the all gold bolts, you know, it's kind of like a middle ground where like you also have to worry about getting to the individual bolt locations. But here, like Mathias is constantly worrying about stuff like they're always worrying about weapon XP, which is not something any percent really has to do. There are moments where you can focus on just the gameplay and not like leveling up stuff, but it's a constant thing in this category. You're always worrying about like whatever skill points are on each available planet, worried that you might have forgotten something. So the NG plus portion is kind of where a lot of the more intricate things begins. Like, or did I say any percent the NG plus? I meant to say the NG plus portion. So in the any percent portion, like the first playthrough of the game, you know, there are a few things that we have to take care of, such as the skill points and some of the platinum bolts. But the NG plus is where like you're gonna see like a lot of the super like grindy stuff, the kind of stuff that's just major downtime, such as like the impossible challenge and the crystal collections.
Yeah, impossible challenge isn't really that impossible though.
Yeah, no.
Even compared to Quarktastic and yeah.
So
we're gonna be here. We're gonna be at the races for a while, so. Because I can't do lap skip. I'm not doing lap skip, so.
I'm actually curious, how do you feel so far about like the concert we've done so far, like me and Wingo?
It's been okay. It's been pretty good, I suppose. It's mainly Dill just being for like the ship sections most of the time, which I suppose it's probably what he most knows. But
yeah, it makes sense. It's because obviously you have the best knowledge of like the category.
Well, because neither of you actually played it. I didn't get any responses from Ben until anything that Tim wanted to go and take about whatever. Compared to Scotto being able to essentially do Ouya, that's going to be really nice for him there, I suppose, because he knows what he's talking about with it.
you know, Wingo's not been around, or like hasn't had the chance to really like see all of the new things that changed this game over the few years. So I kind of taking over a lot of it.
I mean, I've seen a few of the things from like watching Manto. I've learned some of the new strats too on the side, just messing around with them. But you know, I mean, there's a lot of new stuff. Like obviously, I haven't learned like the decoy proxies like without the charge boots or like some of the camera clips. But yeah, no, there's a lot of new strats. I mean, Ratchet games, there's always new strats. They're always finding new stuff. They're always finding new tech throughout the years. I don't think that's going to change, to be honest.
Yeah, I actually, I was a runner named 24/7 Yu-Gi-Oh was he made a spreadsheet of like, it was basically world record history, and I was kind of looking through it like what the world record would be at the start of a specific year, and then at the end. And then I decided, okay, let's see, how about just in the 2020s alone? What was it on January 1st, 2020, and how far did we go to now? And then one of the biggest like improvements in a world record was any percent, which went down by like 20 minutes, I think.
Which game in six?
Oh, this game.
Oh, right, so yeah.
Ouya went down by like 15, I think, or 12. And Rack 1 and Deadlocked have just been like maybe five or so minutes, maybe a little more.
Alright, so I prefer to do the extra races here because it's a little bit more, it's a few more bolts just to kind of have. This bolt riding is also kind of a big thing with some of these. So yeah, there's a skill point here for beating a race in under 2 minutes 10 seconds. And while on Jova you can get the appropriate skill point pretty easy on the first race. This one you actually do need to go up until challenge 3, which is where the shortcuts unlock. Otherwise you're not going to be able to get. Otherwise you're not going to be fast enough to get through. Even the world record for this one, not counting with laps, is like, I don't know, 2:11 I think.
So, a little funny story. This category is probably the most like, is like the most infamous category in all of Ratchet speedrunning in one sense. So, it won the first PBSPI run was done. But, you know, after it was created, people would obviously play it because, you know, people like 100% categories, you know, that are cool. You know, people played it, 2018 happened, people played it, 2019 happened, people played it, and then 2020, it was dormant. But then, 2021 was a big year for PBSPI. Like, it was the return of the PBSPI popularity. Two runners named Manto and
Ah,
Uh,
dude.
what they did, they just went at it, basically. I don't know why that took me so long to like say. It's been so long that I'm just trying to like remember everything important in that year. So anyway, so Manto and Zem started like just going at it with PBSPI, just really pushing it. And, you know, they kept taking the world record from each other, even pulling off a few races. And I think Manto got it into ESA. I could be wrong.
I think it was ESA, yes.
Okay, nice. And then eventually by like October, he got a time of 3 hours and 14 minutes, which was pretty good for the time. And then, you know, they were both done with the category. They did everything they needed to do. They were both happy. And then comes 2022. Clips are found. Massive, you know, every single category is going to find time save. The NG Plus records went down. The 80% records went down. APB. I believe even max percent. But not PBSPI. Because, you know, there weren't that many people like playing it. Like Manto and Zem were pretty much the only ones at the time that could world record.
Okay.
Then later on, Wu Patch skip was found. Another massive thing. And
do you want to explain? Just quickly, do you want to explain nuke storage?
Yeah, you have to do it here, right?
Yeah. You don't have to do it. It's as fast as you do it.
So, yeah, I guess I'll explain nuke storage real quick because that kind of ties into this. So, nuke storage is a trick on Felton where you fire the nuke and then you can restart the challenge and you'll still have the nuke, but you'll be in wave 2. The way we used to do it used to be a frame perfect pause and restart, and it was really awful and nobody liked it. But then in 2022 we found a version that only lost 1 second.
I was always relatively okay at doing nuke storage, except now, ironically. But there you go. That's what a proper nuke storage looks like.
Yeah, so nuke storage, the new nuke storage, like the 1 second slower one, but it was 100% consistent. Because of that, more no IMG, more. Well, actually, I think that's the only other category where it's useful. But anyways. So like I said, any percent record didn't go down yet. It wasn't until like half a year later that any percent record would go down due to Emerald trying to take it. But other categories did lower the records due to Wu Patch skip. Then eventually in 2023 we found Barlow lap skips and Joba lap skips, and once again no IMG record went down, any percent went down, APB, max percent, and still nothing for PBSPI throughout all that time. Throughout 2022, 23, 24, nobody had beaten the record. It was actually kind of a meme because at that point it was the only category in the series to not have an updated world record. And pretty much everyone was just begging for
2021, basically.
Yeah, everyone was begging for the record to just go down. Manto was busy with APB and Zen was busy with like a trillion other things. So there was pretty much no one that would take it. A few people had played the category with the potential to, with like, not necessarily with the intent of getting record, but they had thought like, you know, I'm sure that if they had gotten close enough and were enjoying it, they would have done it. But you know, these people, you know, they didn't go through with it, obviously. And then comes in our friend Eli. He's a very silly guy. He's a, you know, he's a bit of a jokester. I can say these things because he's a close friend of mine. And he was the one that finally said, you know what, like, I'm really good at the other category max percent. And I played PBSPI on the Black Label mod, and I'm, you know, gotten a decent time on that, an okay time. Something like that. I'm gonna go for, you know, the SPI record. And he was like half an hour off, but you know, he kept going and going and going, and then like 2 months ago now, either January or February of this year, he finally got it. He got like a 309. I think it, like I think people have said the record could go to sub 3 hours. Hold on. But Eli obviously didn't care. He just wanted to record. He just wanted a record that had modern strats, and he got it.
Well, that's what that's Felton for you.
Oh yeah, that too.
It's bouncer time. It's bouncer time.
Hope y'all enjoyed that little explanation on the funniest world record ever. Like one of the biggest memes in the community. Just Eli's like a hero to us, in a sense. Okay, this is a skill point where you have to destroy this
So yeah, get ready. You're going to be seeing the bats on a lot later. You're going to be seeing the bats on a lot later. Also, do you have like I think you're I can hear my voice through your microphone sometimes.
Really? I don't know why that would be. That wasn't happening before, was it?
Occasionally it was, but it seems to have stopped again now.
I don't want to like leave the VC to
you'd have to get Drake back in, so I don't know.
Exactly. So, I'll just keep my mic muted, I suppose. I guess since it wasn't.
Are you gonna explain why the bounce is such a meme? This isn't really a meme, but you can if you want to.
I mean, I like the bouncer. I know like them kind of memed on like people that acted like it was the best weapon. I mean, it's not my favorite weapon in the series or even in this game. But it's a pretty good weapon. I like it overall.
Yeah. It gets pretty useful in places up to Bora, admittedly. Okay, no tech. Foxy, never mind. No, it wasn't. I didn't want to hit the continue point here because if you don't, you can just distribute some UV out to get the coordinates, and yeah. But I suppose it is helpful if you end up dying like that. Great. Of course. What a fantastic game. Back to Siberius. Okay, decoys, bombs, shields, bouncer ammo, and might as well get mini rocket tube as well as a part. There is another platinum bulk down here. Indeed, we don't actually do the you don't actually do the convoy section again. Instead, we do this. Assuming I get it and don't get before my death. That was almost bad. Yeah, the thing with the bouncers is it's only really good in certain scenarios. Tight boss fights like this often isn't one of them. Please, if you place the storm. Alright, Tabora, we're going to be here for a while. What are we gonna do to fill in the time of crystals? aiming. Of course. There we go, Mega Rocket Cannon. Which is the gun that Ratchet's holding on the North American cover of the game. And the Japanese one, I believe. Okay. It's time for crystals. There's 100 of them in the desert, you need to get all of them for a skill point. So I hope you like sand, because you're going to be seeing it for a while.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. I've been like consuming so much Star Wars media. Okay, I'm not even that much. I've just been watching like some of the movies and playing the Lego games. Like when you said I hope you like if you had said like we're gonna be seeing a lot of sand, I might not have done it. But when you said I hope you like sand, that was like rip.
And get it all the way down to that triple.
Little tidbit about this level is that when they first designed it, they placed like the 101 crystals. When they were doing testing on it, something that would commonly happen is that one of the testers would be like, hey, the game bugged out and one of the crystals is like gone, and then they'd be like, oh great, and in reality it was just that they couldn't find it. Now, this level is like prone to killing a lot of speedruns due to forgetting a crystal, because, you know, with 101 crystals, like, how could you not have a run or two where you forget? So, in this series, there's a type of gadget known as a map-o-matic. In this game, it specifically used the mapper. It allows you to check the map, and there will be secret areas in green. These areas will have stuff like platinum bolts and collectible items. And now, what's supposed to happen is that this is also supposed to show you the locations of all the crystals in this level as well as Grelbin. And this is also the case for Up Your Arsenal. And in this version of the game that they're playing, PS2 Black Label, I don't know every single version that's like this, but I know of some of them. The crystals never show up, and this is obviously just like a bug or an oversight or something, because it is fixed in like the Greatest Hits release. So yeah, we kind of just need to have our own maps, nowhere near as efficient as if the mapper had just properly worked. It's a very much a fault of the game that we just wish could be fixed just like that, but no, we just have to deal with it. This is one of the few things that we don't have a solution for.
I am really low on bolts for some reason, so just gonna hope you'll hit it now. Thank you. There's the storm, even though it's OP, it's not as useful here compared to the bouncer. Okay. Obviously, I mean, it's like it's yeah, it's these two, okay. Always. I knew I'd forgotten these two. Okay. So, yeah. Alright, we're on track so far. $60, and then... $64. Then there's one more pass that I'll get later on. First off, we trade the crystals. Perfect. We buy the Rhino, which is the absolute, yeah, the Rhino is the absolute most overpowered weapon in any Ratchet game, essentially. There's 36 crystals left, essentially. Because there's 100 in this one and then 101 in the other one, so there's 36 crystals left on Tabora. 68. 69. 70. 71. Expected to have 12 by this point, so... I think. right? Yes. Go around the back of the turn here up here. That's right. Yes. I think it was those two that got really out of order. So. Last one's there.
Alright, we're past the crystals on the...
Absolute perfect clean run of crystals. Have it.
Damn.
And now Dobbo.
Hey, see if you can find anything worth.
Hey, Dabo, you just do the skill point, right?
You do the skill point a bit later on. Right, it's basically just through this course for now, essentially. This stupid 80% clip has always been really finicky for me. This one. This one just doesn't like me for whatever reason. Oh, I hate that. Again, I hate that. See what I mean when I say that Dobbo doesn't like me very much ever?
Well, this clip, try aiming like more upright. Oh, well. Because I don't find any trouble with that clip at all. And I've only played this, like, I've only done that clip in NG Plus and NG Plus and PS3. So, you know.
Oh, now.
I almost missed that.
I will say this run has taught me one thing. I truly know nothing about 100% categories in any of the games.
I mean, you kind of know
Maybe-
some. You
maybe-
maybe a bit for Ouya because
Yeah, Ouya I know, like, I actually know a decent a bit of. It's the one that I've really seen the most. Deadlock I kind of know some. Same for Rack 1. For Rack 2 I just, you know.
yeah. Okay, Tando. We call this planet Tando for short for some reason. I don't know why.
It's because of a video called Glitching on Tando. I think there was just a typo.
Okay, then there I also need to buy the hover bomb. Yeah, just the hover bomb. There's a couple skill points here. Yeah, you can't actually hear this dialogue in the PS3 version, so it's something to kind of hear, I guess.
Yeah, they just like start moving instantly. It's pretty funny. And definitely not intended.
So yeah, it's something to listen to, I suppose. There's one skill point, destroying all the missiles. There's
So yeah,
another,
there's a few skill points here.
there's another skill point for protecting with the tourists. Wait, chat. No, you're kidding me.
Yeah, so this planet's another massive like run killer, cause if a tourist dies, yikes. Massive yikes. Also just realized the background noise has stopped, so that's good. Okay, there we go. Now I'm in a much more comfortable location. I'm on my bed as opposed to in my closet. Oh. Come on.
It should be it, I believe. Yeah.
Matthias, you ever play Angry Birds?
Sorry?
You ever play Angry Birds?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay, cool. Just because I was thinking back to my I don't like sand thing, and how I've been consuming a bit of Star Wars media, and I kind of just thought about Angry Birds because of the Star Wars memes they made. Very random collaboration, but it was a absolutely banger idea.
One and only. It's, yeah. It's kind of like capitalism to the absolute extreme. Megacorp is the singular company in this entire galaxy.
Yeah, and like the kind of lore of this game, I suppose, like the way they own everything in the galaxy, because like in games that take place in the Solana galaxy, which is Ratchet, 1, Ouya, and Deadlocked, although in Deadlock you don't really see anything like Gadgetron related. They just kind of like own like all the weapons and military related stuff. In this game though, in this galaxy with Megacorp, they own like everything. Like, they're making like pets, hosting game shows,
Okay, so then it's...
what else? I can't really think of them, but you know.
Yeah, okay, there. You get a stupid amount of box from these, for some reason. Okay. And so we've got the thing from the plumber in the first game, that's carried over into NG Plus because you have to give it to the Quark fanboy, essentially.
Yeah, so this guy,
No!
he recognizes Ratchet and Clank, and he really hates them because they defeated him in the first game. And he's like, "You were the greatest superhero who ever lived." And for some reason that means they owe him something. And he just uses it as an excuse to get like Quark merchandise from the Solana galaxy.
You can cut that corner tighter, but I don't fully trust myself to do that after yeah, I'm sorry, I don't like listening to his voice, so I'm gonna skip those cutscenes immediately. Even worse than FFA.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, so he just kind of uses it as an excuse to get free Quark stuff and offers you the armor magnetizer, which just attracts bolts closer to you from a farther distance. It's kind of funny because he actually, like, we traded the Quark action figure we got from Aranos 2, which was lodged in a sewer pipe of some kind. And, like, the plumber outright says that somebody flushed it, and this guy just gives it a kiss. He outright kisses it, and he's like, "I'm taking the captain home before the humidity gets to him," and it's like, I think the humidity is the last thing you gotta worry about right now, man.
So then is one more skill point here for sheeping 16 squirrels.
Yeah, some of the squirrels here are like invisible for some reason.
Okay, and then it's to Bolden now. We will be coming back to Bolden right at the end, but this one is a little bit of weapon leveling. Otherwise, it's just straight to the end essentially. Just got to get the synthanoids leveled up here. What a fucking terrible. Okay. So, yeah. We'll take out all the big guys first. And then use the plastic coil here. And let them kill the chicken blocks. Yeah, absolutely horrible noise, but it's chicken blocks. They're literally called chicken blocks, so... It's just a bit of a pain to level these ones up, admittedly. There's probably a better way to do this, but I haven't properly examined the run. Oh, bye. You're quite close to storm ammo. Oh, sure. Good thing too, because I had to buy sense ammo too. Hopefully this will be just about it. He's going to... There we go. We never have to worry about that stupid weapon again. And that's not what you want to do when it comes to that. Okay. Now we've got now we've got A2 again. There we go. Come on. I didn't punch. Or did I punch there? Come on, game. Okay, so the Ratchet section goes a bit differently this time. stats off the same. Oh yeah, we never mentioned first person mode before, did we? I don't think we did. I don't need to turn it on. I think so. Just basically, it was discovered that if you double jump and then swing your range against the wall in first person, you'll continually gain height. So. His stage forward asleep again, he tends to do that a lot. And then sometimes the game just eats your reach because screw you. Okay.
So,
How about I actually do the reload? Get Clank back. Go on.
Matthias,
Yeah,
how long was I muted for? Was I muted throughout the entire Aranos too?
yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I thought you'd fallen asleep, honestly.
No, I actually tried giving you advice on how to do Door 2. I was talking about how Door 2 sucks on PS2, but on like PS3 these are all pretty easy actually. And I actually was about to talk about first person mode, but then I thought you had interrupted me because you wanted to take over the commentary.
Yeah, did you not hear me ask is head stage forward and sleep again?
looks like the
No, I just... Oh my...
No, don't leave going just yet.
I mean, yo...
What's up?
oh my... Okay, of all the times to like be muted and forget that you're muted, and so you're talking and nobody hears you, a marathon run was like the last thing I'd expect. But,
You should have done mission
Yeah.
2. Like, I needed to do mission 2 a couple times to get enough bolts.
Yeah, I've just been watching the run. I haven't been queued to talk or anything, so like.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm not upset or anything. I
It's
just haven't been talking.
Yeah,
queued to talk,
it's
so I'm
just kind of.
just-
Sometimes it's just kind of hard for me to figure out how to.
No, you're
put
good.
people.
No worries.
admittedly, like, I don't think Wingo and I have ever like commentated runs of this lane. Maybe you have, Wingo, because I know you run Final Fantasy VII, but like.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
But yeah, the thing
never
is
commentated
that
or
Dill
run this
probably
one.
knows a lot more about the character he's commentating when he does anything stupid. which does help a lot. Just,
Yeah,
okay.
the longest category that like I've properly grinded is probably like God of War 2 NG Plus, where my runs on average would last like 70 minutes. Like I've played categories longer than that, but nothing like outright, you know. And as far as I'm aware, I think that is the longest category I ran at a marathon. I might be wrong. So it's like this was like a major change for me. Like when you were DMing me saying like you want to do this, there was a part of me that thought I could do it, but
yeah. As I was saying earlier, if we can't think of such looking at the actually, we can just kind of just banter with each other. I guess it's better than complete silence. Okay. Buy the Carbinox armor because we are that rich, and then now we've got the bolts, we've got the skill point. Last thing on Snib is just the boss, which we can again skip with the Sheepinator.
Yeah, I did like briefly mention it earlier, like to Mathias, like, hey, how are we doing on the commentary? Because I'm like slightly nervous that I'm not doing enough, or that I might be doing too much, or like.
Yeah.
But it's nice to know that we're.
It's a bit of a tricky balance to get right. See, I imagine you'll be a lot better like with the Ouya one tomorrow because you've actually gone through and seen what's involved in that. Like,
also, because I know like the modern Ouya Hundo routes really well, I'm not really sure like anything of PBSPI. Like I know a little bit, but you know, yeah. Like if you had to ask me what would be the longest category I'd submit to a marathon, it'd probably be like the any percent of a Lego game or something. Not something like this.
how long are those?
I know, let's see. Lego Star Wars 1 is like an hour on average. Lego Star Wars 2 is like an hour and a half. Indiana Jones is like an hour and 10 minutes. Hour 15. The complete saga is like 2.5 hours. Like for the average runner, like, you know, sub 3 is like, sub 3 hours would be the equivalent of like a sub like, I don't know, sub 110 in APB, or a sub 5 in this category, maybe? Sub 430, actually, I'm not actually sure what would be a good time now.
Okay, now we do Endako NG Plus. Now, even though we had Clank on Snib, the game takes it away from us when you come on here if you haven't actually saved him on Endako. So
I should also mention for the record, some Lego games are like super short. They have skips similar to like IMG, and then some of them are like long, such as Lego Movie or Complete Saga, as I mentioned. It's very, very massive contrast. But I mean, we can talk about that in another grindy section to make small talk. I'll take over for Endako, I suppose. So one little benefit, first of all, one thing I want to mention is the Woopash skip that we mentioned all the way at the start of the run actually comes into play again. Mathias has to go back to destroy all the breakables, and you can't really do the Woopash skip unless you are on a planet that is adjacent to Maktar in the planet select.
No, hang on. Okay. So the game only checks to see if it should play Woopash as if you're going to Maktar itself. So because this is not Maktar, it doesn't give you the check to see should we send using Woopash there. Okay.
Yeah. And the timing for the inputs is like so small that obviously you can't really do it if the planet you're on is not adjacent to Maktar in the planet select. So this would mean like Ooze. Oh yeah, by the way, he just got another nanotech, and he's gonna get a platinum bolt in a moment. The clip here is tricky from what I remember. But let's see. So in this case, it would be Endako and Uzla. Although if you were to use like practice tools or cheat codes or something like that, you could probably manipulate the order. But for the purpose of the explanation, we're specifically talking about Endako and Uzla. So it kind of works out, like, the route kind of works out that we revisit Indako, and then we do Maktar right after, and we can
No,
just...
there's
we
no,
just happen
there's,
to be
there's
able
no,
to
there's
do-
no going back to Maktar. We've done Maktar. We've done everything we need to with Maktar.
You did the breakable skill point?
Yeah, did it on the first. You did it on the first visit. You do it on the first year with ET Plus. You only visit ET Plus.
Oh. Because I think max percent does it that way. I didn't... I'm like 90% sure max percent does it that way. Well, good to know. So about Lego games.
Okay.
Okay.
Clank?
We're not going to save Clank because the checksum for do we give them Clank? Do we give them Clank only applies on Indako itself. So when we leave, then we'll get Clank back as something. This door is extremely stupid in terms of decoys for me. I've literally just fallen straight to the floor, so genuinely an instant clip is easier for me. If I can actually get it.
I wonder how the camera flips would work in this. I don't... Okay, so a little bit of tech that I don't think Matthias has learned. Matthias will actually show this off tomorrow in their Up Your Arsenal speedrun. But wait for this door, by the way. Why not go into first person mode and do the setup you do for like the Yeetle clip, for example, the one we do in NG Plus? Maybe that could work.
I think those need to be mega turrets. These are only mini turrets.
Oh. Maybe it works with a decoy glove. Anyway, so what I was saying is so one of the new bits of tech that we found recently, it's called we call it like, so there's, okay, there's like a lot to,
Come on, please,
you know.
game. I used to be good at this to collect what is going on here.
Right, so we knew the camera was a physical object for like the longest time, but we never really used it to our advantage. Then in 2022 we had discovered camera clips, but then in 2023 we took it a step further. We found out you could use it to proxy just by standing up against a wall. And then in 2024 we found out you can manipulate the camera to go above Ratchet, and you can side flip or back flip, and it'll either give you height or clip you through walls. And this works in the first two games, and some of it works in Up Your Arsenal, not all of it. The cam flip, which is where we put the camera above Ratchet and side flip, that one does work, and I believe Matthias will show it off tomorrow.
Yeah, the decks.
Yeah, for a very easy strat on Dax.
Okay. Turret ammo and Rhino ammo. Ah, the hover bomb.
Hover bomb is a very interesting weapon. It's kind of like not used that much. Then we found out it was really powerful for the aftermarket game. And then it also turns out to be useful because it allows for the PS3 version to do movement identical to PS2 release. And it's kind of funny because like now that we have the Black Label mod, no one plays like vanilla PS3. Like I've seen some people that play like vanilla PS2.
Yeah.
But vanilla PS3 is pretty much not a thing. Like Scotto plays on it, but it's not like that changes much because he plays any percent. The whole appeal of that mod is the charge boots. Like that is the main selling point. Everything else is just filler. So it's not like it would benefit Scotto that much. He'd have like one benefit, and that's being able to buy ship upgrades. But Yukari's like the only person that I can think of off the top of my head that got a PB in vanilla PS3, like after the release of Black Label mod.
Who? Sorry?
Yukari.
Oh, right.
Speaking of
That's
which,
why
Yukari.
I don't really keep Rhino 2's kind of shit. Stuff like that. Because unless you're like point blank range, it's really inaccurate.
Oh, any speed games you guys want to learn in the future? You're excited about?
I'm still trying to get through like the rest of the 100 categories for these games, but I don't know how successful it's going to be.
You got it. I clear Hondo's your thing. Besides, I know Musa was kind of contemplating like a Hondo full fecta, but obviously he was kind of running out of time to do it, so he just had to settle for a Hondo
maybe
quad
that
fecta.
could be my thing until inevitably Yugi beats me to the punch, like he seems to do with basically everything.
Actually, I guess I'll take the moment to... I kind of figured now I'm finally starting to have ideas of what topics to talk about, to fill in the void. Multi-game runs, there's like 6 categories. There's ones for the first 3 games, first 4 games, the future series, PSP games, the 2 co-op based games, which is All for One and Full Frontal Assault. And then we have the full fecta, which for a while the rule set outright stated we don't know what the rules should be here, just do a run of a lot of Ratchet and Clank games and we'll decide. And yeah, the first full fecta was 10 gold bolts by 24/7 Yu-Gi-Oh, which is a category that's been like, I don't know how long it was a thing, but the whole purpose was like it'd be a shorter way to do like an all gold bolt style category, something way more accessible. Oh, let's see what happened. Yeah, that was in January 2022. It was a little bit funny to like watch because of there was a part where he was struggling to get a titanium bolt in Secret Agent Clank, and this one Secret Agent Clank speedrunner Jasper kept like saying like, okay, I have a strat, do this, do this, do that, and Yugi wasn't like listening, and so Jasper kept like spamming it over and over, and now it kind of became like a meme. We also had our friend Ella Musa, who was kind of working towards doing a full fecta that is made up of categories where you actually beat the game. And so he was the first to do a full fecta that beats the games. In fact, he started with any percent because it would have to include every single game. In a 10 gold bolts, you wouldn't do every game, because some games just wouldn't have that category. So yeah, since then, Musa did full fectas for any percent restricted, NG plus restricted, all special bolts, and 10 special bolts. I think Yugi's only done NG plus and 10 special bolts, but so far no one's done Hundo, so... And yeah, that kind of makes sense. I think the sum of all the Hundo records... Let me actually look for this. World records stats, I think. Okay. The sum of the 100% categories is 47 hours, 49 minutes, and 37 seconds. The sum of the max percent categories, which tend to be longer, with the exception of Ratchet 2, funny enough, it's 63 hours, 39 minutes, and 49 seconds, so, whenever this happens, it's going to be a very interesting time. I like how Yugi's spreadsheet for the world record stats, it doesn't include Black Label mod any percent. He has this like rule in place where he will not include Black Label mod unless its world record for a category is faster than the vanilla counterpart. Since Scotto's had the any percent record of Ratchet 2 for like 6 or 7 years now, and he doesn't care about playing Black Label mod, I think it's safe to say like we're like a spot there for BL mod is probably not going to be necessary.
Now
Me personally, I got
yeah.
a lot of speed games I want to win.
Now we're doing.
Oh yeah, this.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll explain the skill point.
Yeah. Maybe I'll do something.
You go first. I'm sorry I keep interrupting you. I'm
fine,
terrible at interpreting.
Maybe I'll try and do some sewing and stuff again, but I don't know when it's gonna be or what it's gonna be or anything. It's.
You know, for me, like I kind of like learn a new series or two every year. Like 2021, I got into Ratchet. 2022 was God of War and Jack. 23 was Spyro. 24 was Crash. 25 is Lego, and hopefully Croc and Mirror's Edge. So it's like, I ain't running out of speed games anytime soon. I'll indoctrinate you into a Lego game, Matthias. I could teach you like a Lego Indiana Jones run right now. Well, not right now, but you know.
So anyway, yeah, what's the skill point then I'm going?
So this skill point is, it's cringe for the same reasons Wrench Ninja 2 is cringe, which is the wrench one on Joba. So in this one is called... Sorry, it's not a coughing noise, that is not the name of the skill point. It's called Old School, and you have to use all of the weapons that are from Ratchet 1. So the Bomb Glove, Decoy Glove, Tesla Claw, Visibomb, and Walloper. And I think the wrench is allowed. But you have to use those to defeat all the enemies. And of course the Bomb Glove being the most useful of them all, we're pretty much just spamming that like non-stop.
The thing is that old school is significantly easier than Red Ninja 2. So it's really not that bad.
It was significantly easier. Oh, okay. I was trying to like, I couldn't fully process what you said. Like, and yeah, it is easier, but it still sometimes has its cringe moments. We have found strats to make it faster that involve using non-Ratchet 1 weapons, but I don't really know the ins and outs of that.
Okay. So then now it's Stug fight again. Even though we've done it completely out of order. And this is the strategy that you always see for this fight. Stopping it while still postal standing in the missiles. Here. Okay. And then it's Joba after this.
I honestly thought you said Jover, and I was wondering, like, what? You would never say that.
Yeah, that's true. Because I'm... Yeah, that's its own stupid thing. We've got the whole stupid friend group thing where I seem to be the only one. I seem to be the only one who actually has a brain a lot of the time. Let's put it that way. Oh no, I'm that underbolted. Oh no, that's not great. Where's a good place to get money fast? Corn, I suppose. I need to buy the Mega Shield rather. So it's, yeah. Jova, Smog, Demizel. We're slowly getting there. I'll just do this 1 or 2 more times. I don't know how I was so underbolted then, but... I do apologise for all the bird lovers out there. You might want to look away. This is the only weapon where we buy the shield is the only weapon where we buy the mega version of it, which is the upgrade after you level it up fully essentially. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. It's I don't need bomb glove ammo. Yeah, the game just refuses to give me hover bomb ammo right now for some reason. It's not ideal. Finally, hover bomb. This is going to be a little bit under... Now what am I doing? Hang on. Yeah, let's do that. So that's not exactly great. Ideally I'd have a bit more XP in the hover bomb. What is this camera angle? Am I really going to have to do it like this? I've got no idea what's going on here. Now this... Okay. Has anyone actually seen this before? This is incredibly annoying. Hang on, I'm gonna reload the game and see if that...
Been looking for?
The camera being
Oh, the
continually...
camera being like?
Yeah. Continually locked in one place. In one direction.
I have never seen this before. Then again, I don't run categories where, you know...
I just, I just figured that I'll reload the game. Gives a bit more of a chance for hover bomb XP, I suppose, because I do need that. Oh, this. That's not where I wanted the bomb to go. That should hopefully help a bit. It's turned into an absolute disaster. We'd be finished, ideally we'd be like finished already by this point. And yeah, this is a really long thing, so... So there's one more skill point here with the impossible challenge, which is not really that impossible.
winning the grand.
And it's just buy ammo for everything. To kind of force it so that when I do get ammo, it's always going to be for the weapon that I want, basically. We will need the infiltrator, which is the gadget you get from here. For Grelvin.
The infiltrator.
90 enemies in 90 seconds. Also, yeah, this is the only game in the OD4 where you can actually find Rhino ammo crates, which is very helpful.
Yeah, so, okay, since we're talking about ammo, a little thing I found out, like, recently. So, Matthias just said, only one where you can find Rhino ammo. In other games, in the other games, like, some weapons just don't get ammo from the crates. Up Your Arsenal is really guilty of this, because not only can you not get Rhino ammo, you also cannot get ammo for the sniper rifle, or for a weapon called the Agents of Doom. I found this out the hard way, and may have lost so many % runs that to not knowing, you know, well, not even lost them, like they were already dead, but, you know, like, I really dug them into the ground by not knowing this info.
Oh, look at him go!
Yeah. Shields, though, you cannot find in crates in either of the games that it's in, like the shield shelter. I think they knew that it was too overpowered to give you that. I fucking hate these.
Ratchet is keeping his ground.
And then the game decides that, yes, you definitely were wanting to charge there. Like this. Easiest way to do with sword beasts is just to knock them into the lava. That goes to most enemies actually, if you can. that. Okay.
Ratchet and the metal guy win the prize.
Yeah. It's really not that impossible. It's 60 rounds. Though you could kind of say it's more like 12, I suppose, if you count each. Because every 5 rounds it alternates between normal and cage match. So when it hits round 6, it's gonna force itself into a cage match. And yeah. Okay. Yeah, the one annoying thing with the Carbon Time is that it always continually equips the one that you originally had. So, and one of the other categories is one called All Missions, where the second highest armor, because that armor always defaults to the charge moves. So, you don't need to worry about switching around to think like a blind rail. Very many circles, essentially.
For a cage match.
Yeah. We're already a third of the way through the so-called impossible challenge. It's really not that impossible. Yeah, they take away your shield whenever they pop you onto here like this, so... Yeah, it's cool. I can't tell if you've forgotten to unmute yourself against it or not.
No, I just have nothing to say.
Oh yeah.
Because, you know.
It's just a giant arena, it's just a big arena, so fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
There's gonna be something coming up on Small though later on. We saw it earlier with the screenshot proxy, but we didn't really explain it.
Oh yeah, okay, swing shot proxy. Actually, I think Wingo actually knows how swing shot proxies work. I do not, so
Swing shot proxies?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, so, we already have, so, like, in Ratchet and Clank 2, what you can do is, when you're swinging on a swing shot node, this is before swing shot proxies, if you go neutral and let go and glide, you'll go, like, super fast and further distances. So you can use that on top of if you stay neutral and do a hyper strike over enemies, you'll just get sent flying in the air. Swing shot proxies were discovered, I think, either in like late 2020, early 2021, and that was like one of the big pieces of tech that was found for the first time in a while. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It should be fine with ammo. Okay, so we saw one on Droga back in the new game section, but there'll be a bigger one. There's some stuff with catching a cycle to get on the one of the floating things around as well, but I haven't done that before. I can usually get one high enough to just glide all the way to the outer platform. It's slower, but it doesn't look as cool, but it works, I suppose. Really? Okay, we're good. Let's see, ammo right now. Thanks. It's one more cycle. It's one more on-off cycle. Okay, so 50 to 55 will be underground, and 55 to 59, 56 to 59 will be in the cage, and then around 60 is Mega Pete, which is quite possibly the most annoying boss fights. The most annoying boss to fight, not counting Sniv, obviously. Mega Pete sucks. Okay. stupidest boss in this game.
Megacorp is pleased to welcome a return. His way into all of our hearts. Please.
Gonna blast each 6 of them.
I want to go get more food, so I finished my bowl and I want more.
I could actually hit him, please. See what I mean? Terrible boss. Just about dead. What is this? Okay. That is dead. Okay.
Ratchet and the metal guy win the.
So 2 million volts, and I don't feel like doing an infiltrator puzzle, so I'm just gonna. I was gonna say hit it on that way, but no, I guess I'm gonna force my death. It's faster than the taxi. All right, Smog. So bad at this stupid jumping. So you can try that or take it. Sorry?
I don't even know. Okay. Okay, the interior bolts. Oh yeah, here's the warehouse. This is the warehouse. Yeah, there's a platinum bolt here, so Matthias went to go get it. I don't know much else about mold.
Let's see if I can get this then. Seems pretty good to me. You can essentially just get on one of the transporters and ride it around, but okay, then this. There we go. The platform all the way out here. If I can hit, I'll be very happy. Okay, buy every weapon except for the Clank Zapper. And then buy ammo as well. Just because I'm gonna need it. Then on to Demoiselle. It's giant Clank time once again.
B.
Yeah, these aren't great, but this is honestly a much nicer one visually to me than Dobbo. Even if the fight is stupider. Because apparently UFOs still exist in this universe. All that's
I mean,
I still don't really know what the entire strategy for this one is. Other than just strike it down. I don't know how to, if I can manipulate it at all. Because you'd never do this fight in APB, there's no need.
and no one is sad about it.
Basically, yeah. The bombs are surprisingly powerful. Okay. I mean, once it gets down to about this amount of health, I'm pretty, yeah, it flies off into its protective force field thing. And then you just jump on top of it. I don't think there's actually how this fight's supposed to do it, but it's the fastest way to kill it. Shooting it doesn't knock me off. Yes. Here we go. That was a bit too close, but. Yeah. It gives you the mapper, which is the shows you secret areas thing. Then it's time for the rest of them as well. What on earth was that? Nice job, game. There is a skill point here for not taking damage on the grind rail, which you can trigger despite the setup for that involving you taking damage. Okay, let's try it the third time. Here we go. And then it's there's going to be another flashing lights thing coming up as well, as the people who are sensitive to that. They say is they fall off.
Did you get the hypnomatic part yet? Like, have you gotten near that part?
You don't need who said you needed the hypnomatic?
I want you to get it because of the cutscene.
That's a pretty long way to go.
Okay, I'll take that as a no Jack Vector cutscene for you.
I thought you meaning go and get the hypnomatic in its entirety. I see.
No.
I can go back and get it.
Hell yeah. Back when Vol did the back when we had the Jack of all trades run, the marathon run, and Vol did Ratchet 2, I told him like, yo,
this one, yeah,
I was like, yo, you have to like go for you have to get the cutscene, and they were like, oh true, and we kind of like just
okay, fine, because I've already messed it up here.
Right.
You kind of asked a bit too late, honestly, because now I gotta. Because now I've messed up this. Okay. Because had you asked while I was in the process of trying to do it, I would have said yes, but now it's too much of a struggle.
Oh well, rip me.
Yeah, skill point there for saving everyone in the bank, and then lock on. There's a part, yeah. I guess it just doesn't. I guess part of the statue just doesn't have collision. Hang on, what? Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it here. It'll be okay. Just for you.
Let's go. It's a marathon run, nothing matters. When I kind of realized that my Crash 2 run was like not gonna be that good, like I was like, I don't know, I remember I just started going for red gem skip and I still couldn't get it. I actually felt so sad. I was like, dude, I was able to...
Fucking game, please. Stupid leech grab.
You don't have to worry about getting it. I know I asked like pretty late.
Sorry.
You now realise that most people who are watching this aren't really going to get that, because I don't think a huge amount of them are kind of PlayStation people, but whatever.
Well, the few people that are watching, well, I hope they appreciate this. The few people that do understand, like, you know.
Okay, infiltrator. Oh wait, I don't need to do it. I don't need to do it like this. I've got first person mode. Okay. Rifle and then the lava gun, which I believe is a bit of a favourite. Ah, so close. Oh well, I missed it the old way. The casual way. Okay. Bolt here. No. Hopefully we can get the hover bomb leveled up for you down here. Okay, so I had to do the last bit of leveling the hover bomb on the proto pits, but we'll do part of the crystals now, I suppose. So you can truly see how bad the Yetis are. Within 12. Sometimes I just refuse to spawn those giant leviathans and I don't know why.
Unless you just gotta go to Golden and then Yeetle, right?
After Groban, it's I'm pretty sure it's bolder than Needle Key, so it'll be on my have I gone wrong somewhere? Yeah, I'm supposed to keep following this. Damn it. This is the annoying thing about this stupid maps, is that yeah, it's supposed to go this way.
I was just saying, because I was actually noticing like your estimate, and I'm thinking like, oh, crud. You might actually, I mean, not that I didn't think you could hit your estimate, but it'd be cool if you do.
I did say that could be like a pretty big overestimate.
And now, you know.
See, it has to be an ammo crate here somewhere, surely. Yeah. And it's hover bomb. Great.
Again.
And then I believe it is up. Well, it's very hard trying to read the map. Yeah, I believe it's here. I've missed one somewhere. Guess it's probably up. Maybe I'll just take a death and reset just to make sure that can I not? So seriously not. That one there, come back through this way here. Here. Get along this way. Get out to this. That one. So wasn't quite as bad as it could have been. lava gun. This gun. Seeker gun. I'll take it to a death abuse. And I'll do. We'll try and get the hover bomb equaled up. Like that. That. And then now it's back to crystals.
Good, we're not done with the run yet. Else I would have been not sad.
Sorry?
That I was glad you didn't finish, because I would have been like kind of sad, I guess, that I missed out on the ending of the run.
Yeah, you still got a while yet, admittedly. Oh, that one. Never mind. Yeah, it's down here. The ice sheets. Yeah, I feel a lot better about my Aquatis map than I do this one. Essentially. Plus, I just like the concept for Aquatis a lot more than the one for these. I feel like I'm kind of in the minority for that, but I feel like I prefer the labyrinth tunnels than the giant.
I honestly don't care much for either. Like, this isn't really the part of the game that I really like.
Yeah.
I'm also just not a big fan of Aquatis in general. I know everyone's like, oh my god, Aquatis is such a cool level, and it's like, yeah, that's really awesome if you like having to wait for Skid to activate the the things.
Come on. What? Okay, sure. Nice job, camera. A bit more speed, I suppose. Triple. Six. This is 90. Okay, so let's have to. Okay. A little bit longer here to get a bit more XP. At minimum, I can. At max, I can do the last 4 pips on Yeedle, so I need to get 3 more here. So. I really should have asked what the best way of grinding health is before Yidor. I'm trying to get my goal, I suppose. We're getting there though.
Almost there, almost done.
The absolute meme weapon that is the Clank Zapper, to get that out of the way before I forget.
You don't have to upgrade it, right?
No, you just have to own it. Same with the Shivinator.
Oh god.
Max percent you have to upgrade it.
Yeah, but max percent everything upgrades easily, so...
Max percent is QE, which makes it infinitely easier. I think maybe if I can get stupid chicken bot. Where is it? I forget it. It's a stupid chicken bot. I just have to do the last bits on the needle with it. And again, there is a kind of a shortcut for this one, but I don't know. And it's a really cool grind though anyway. So. And that's kind of skip instantly. And now we hope that we haven't missed any platinum bolts when we get there. Because the other annoying thing about like is that it doesn't tell you whereabouts you've missed a bolt. It just tells you how many you have in total. Whereas the greatest hits version added in, you've got how many there are per planet and how many of those you've got.
Yeah, it's kind of strange because Ratchet 1 was not like this, so we don't... Like, why, how did they regress, you know?
Yeah, okay, that's all of them. Let's run through the...
Now, what else do you need to do here besides going to like,
I was just trying to get a little bit more health XP, but at this rate I'm going to have to do the last bits on. I have to hope that I can scrounge up enough on Needle to make it up. So, time is somewhat close, so we've still got a bit to go, so I've had my timer running, so I can say what it is. We have the okay. So yeah, I have to get the last 6 nanotech here. How doable that's going to be, I don't know. With that forever grinding. A5. Okay.
How many more nanotech things do you need?
5.
Wow.
Ultra Disability, wasn't expecting to get that. Okay. Yeah, the fatigue really sits in by the end. Do I buy Zodiac ammo? I did not, but I can probably get some fun mode, not much. Hopefully. I think if I can get out to just one bet left, then I can get that in the final room, I hope. Oh yeah, it's an absolute joke. Ammo for the Zodiac costs 10,000 and you can find it in crates.
Wait, you can find Zodiac ammo in crates?
Yep.
Okay, first of all, you can tell it's been like a fat minute since I've like 100% of this game. Or even tried to get the Zodiac. But two, what the... What... I don't even know.
And for some reason the Mega Mini Nuke costs 1.5 million. It's really not that good. Okay.
Helps, you could probably just let go and start gliding, you know? Or, yeah, that.
We'll go one more time to a year, then hopefully that'll be enough.
And we can finish this thing underestimate. By almost an hour. Sheesh.
That's what, yeah, I was saying. Because I got a 5:17. And but by that point it was too late to update the listener, so...
I can imagine this is a common thing on the marathon.
If anything, it'll help them get a bit more on track. Because they've had a couple of solo runs.
I don't know who's in charge of like starting and stopping the timer, but hopefully they're awake. I don't know how a marathon like this is handled, because again, like, I'm not very knowledgeable on anything involving long categories usually.
There you go. 38 camo and crates. Don't ya?
So are you just gonna say like, okay, time is now and they'll actually end it, or?
Oh, that's cool time. I've had my own split running just in case, so.
Okay.
It's just hoping that that's enough. Because I do not want to play this game anymore.
I can imagine a long run like this is brutal on the mental.
Ouya feels like it's going to be less stressful.
Ouya for me is like the easiest one to 100%. I feel, because I don't know.
Oh, in terms of like once you've passed the QE, it's not all that bad in terms of writing. It's repetitive, but honestly, that's easy to tolerate than the complicated stuff here, even if it's less interesting to watch. Okay. Final room. This should hopefully be enough.
Alright, so I guess I'll do a little commentary on this last bit. He's gonna use the first person wall climbing to climb up on this wall that it's kind of hard to tell like how you're climbing, but once you've done this so many times it's really natural. And then he's
okay,
gonna
time's just about to come up. Time's just about to come up.
Oh wait, I keep looking at the wrong screen. Yeah, he gets the final nanotech, uses the swing shot to bring down the bridge and destroy that tank, and he goes for
time.
GG.
Okay.
Dang.
Oh, just
5.5 hours.
Make sure that I got everything. So skill points 3830. Items. Yeah, this looks correct. You've got the 40 platinum bolts. The stuff that's missing is extra gadgets and stuff. The main important thing to have here is box breaker, harmor magnetizer, mapper, and the Carbonox. So yeah, that's it.
I have to do this again tomorrow.
Yeah, well, if it's for me. It's gonna be an easier run because I actually kind of know what I'm doing for most of that. Instead of just trying to beast my way through it, but
Well, congrats on this.
yeah, thank you.
Valiant effort.
So yeah, thank you for hosting the marathon and letting me put on it, and thanks to Dylan Sage for commentating as well, and I'll see Sage tomorrow as well as Scotto for the second run that I've got. But yeah, other than that, I'll see you later. I suppose I'm gonna go and